Um, Good evening. Today is October 7, 2020, and this is the closed session portion of tonight's public meeting. At this time, we'll ask for there to be a roll call, and then we'll break out to a specific, or is this closed session already? Are we good to go?
Yes, this is closed session.
Okay. All right. So City Clerk, call the roll.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez,
Here.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Here.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Here.
Councilmember Charette,
Here.
Councilmember Nickel,
Here.
Councilmember Richard.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Movijo. And Mayor Valdivia.
Here.
And
Okay.
Mayor, for the record, there are no public comments for closed session tonight.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Ms. City Clerk. At this time, we'll excuse any staff from the closed session and we'll proceed. Sorry about that, guys. Had a little technical difficulties. Ms. City Clerk, whenever you're ready to start the cameras, we're ready.
Mayor.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Let's begin our public portion of tonight's meeting. October 7th of 2020, our joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council, and the Mayor and City Council acting as successor agency to our redevelopment agency of the City of San Bernardino. Call to order this open session. At this time, I ask Councilman Nickel, sir, would you lead us in Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Begin. I pledge
Pledge
allegiance
allegiance to the
to the
flag
flag
of the
of the
United
United
States
States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I'll ask the city clerk to please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez,
Here.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Here.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Here.
Councilmember Charette,
Here.
Councilmember Nickel,
Here.
Councilmember Richard,
Here.
and Councilmember Movijo,
here.
and Mayor Valdivia.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. At this time, we'll go into our closed session report. The city attorney, is there anything to report from our closed session?
And Mayor, council members, and member of the public, we did have several closed session discussions earlier this evening regarding matters of existing litigation and one matter of potential initiation of litigation, as well as a labor discussion. We do not have any reportable action from our conversations.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I want to encourage our city council to please ensure that we have a sense of decorum and civility amongst each other. And I wanted to walk through the expectations for tonight's meeting. I'm asking and requesting that city council members please raise their hand and ask for permission to speak and to be recognized. I've walked through some of those in a memo that I outlined today at 1 o'clock, and I ask for your cooperation. Under the Exhibit A, we have a process of which I will have enforcement components to provide a sense of professionalism in this and our continued efforts to be professional and remain professional with one another. So at this time, I ask that our city council, our city clerk, please begin the public comment portion of tonight's meeting.
This is Paul Sanborn here for the October 7th council meeting. This is just basically regular public comments. What I want to talk to is basically the people we have this Measure S on the ballot. And for the people in San Bernardino that don't quite understand, this is to help our police and get extra policemen. The tax is an equal tax. Anytime somebody buys something, everybody's going to pay. It's not just individuals saying, hey, the homeowners are the ones that are going to get stuck. Nobody gets stuck. It's everybody pays a fair share. You come in from out of town, you buy something here, you're going to pay tax on it, and it goes into that S account. The other thing that I would like to bring up is the 7th Ward. For you people out there that live in the 7th Ward, look at the 7th Ward. I'm telling you, it's the worst that it has ever looked. And between me and you, my money is on Damon Alexander. I think the man can do a pretty good job and in turn go from there, because it sure hasn't done anything with Mulville. Anyhow, have a good, safe day. And for the city of San Bernardino citizens, hang in there and hope that everything goes all right. Our city's on the mend. Thank you.
Yes, this is Harry Hatch, San Bernardino resident, Ward 7. This is an open letter to the City Council, Mayor, City Manager, and City Attorney, City Clerk. The following, I am forwarding to the Council a draft resolution on a censure of Mayor of Valdivia. I requested that it be presented to the public comment on agenda item number 3, October 7th, 2020, Council meeting. This is in response to his not allowing certain public comments to be read into the record by Councilmember Mulvihill on September 16th, 2020, public council meeting. Verbiage addresses only the issue and not a question to be answered as why a change in the policy without a vote of the City Council occurred. This demand is made on the Council for them to exercise their authority under Section 308 of the City Charter. As you need only 4 votes because the Mayor cannot veto a censure of him on himself, provided are definitions of words and terms to help you make a better decision. However, it is intended to address the issue of the policy change that have occurred without a council vote. This is not intended to affect any current lawsuit filed against the city, nor is it an additional legal action of any type on its face, and should be addressed in open session. Please show the city that the council cares about the right to speak to our elected officials. City Charter Section 308, Judge Qualifications. The council shall be the judge of the election and the qualifications of its members, and whether grounds exist for the forfeiture of their office. Definition from Black's Law, number 9 edition. Shall. Person has a duty. More broadly, is required to. Is mandatory. Is the mandatory sense the drafters typically intend and a court typically upholds. Definition. Judge. Public official appointed or elected to hear and decide legal matters in a court. Definition. Court. A governmental body consisting of one or more judges who sit.
Mr. Hatch has reached his 3-minute limit, so I'll be moving on to the next public comment.
Good evening, council members. My name is Cheryl Valencia, a San Bernardino resident, homeowner, and taxpayer for 20 years. It is my understanding that you council members feel that there is nothing you can legally do to remove Mayor John Valdivia. John Valdivia does not care about this city and will not step down due to his egomania and power lust. He is a dangerous city liability. How much are you going to allow this city to spend because of his behavior? How much have we paid to the former city manager in a settlement? How much was spent already with back pay and penalties to the city clerk and city attorney? How much attorney fees have been paid for these 3 legal matters? How much more money has been spent already, and how much more will we spend on the additional legal matters from all 3 of these claimants? How much have we spent already on the investigation into John Valdivia's behavior with his staff employees? How much more will we be spent on additional investigations? How much have we spent already, and how much more will be spent on legal representation for the 5 claims made by the 5 of his 6 former employees? How much will we spend to settle those claims? I haven't even mentioned the cost associated with the pay-for-play claims, current and future. Just think of all that we could have accomplished with this money. Police response time reduction, code enforcement restoration, park and street improvements. Where does it end? The city cannot afford any of these expenses. I cannot afford more taxes to pay for his actions. Businesses and homeowners alike are fleeing at an alarming rate when we need the tax revenues. The city will not attract new businesses with the reputation we now have due to John Valdivia's actions. If you feel you have no legal recourse to remove John Valdivia from office, then all 7 of you must stand together to block his power grabs. Remove all possible resources from him. Remove his ability to act for the city and limit his exposure to city employees, officers, contractors, vendors, and anyone else's actions could cause legal claims. John Valdivia is a huge liability and a danger to the city. Only the 7 of you can save the city and its citizens from his destruction. I urge you to please help us. Thank you. Cheryl Valencia.
This comment is for open session for the City Council meeting. Good evening, Council members. My name is Lynette Lopez, a San Bernardino resident, homeowner, and taxpayer for 6 years. It's my understanding that you Council members feel that there is nothing you can legally do to remove Mayor John Valdivia. John Valdivia does not care about his city and will not step down due to his egomania and power lust. He is dangerous city liability. How much are you going to allow the city to spend because of his behavior? How much have we paid to the former city manager in a settlement? How much was spent already with back pay and penalties to the city clerk and city attorney? How much in attorney fees have been paid for these 3 legal matters? How much more money has been spent already, and how much more will be spent on the additional legal matters from all 3 of these claims? How much have we spent already on the investigation into his behavior with his staff and employees? How much more will we be spending on additional investigations? How much have we spent already, and how much more will we be spending on legal representation for the 5 claims made by 5 of the 6 former employees? How much will we spend to settle these claims? I haven't even mentioned the costs associated with the pay-for-play claims, current and future. Just think of all that we could accomplish with this money. Police response time, code enforcement, park and street improvements. Where does it end? The city cannot afford any of these expenses. I cannot afford more taxes to pay for his actions. Business and homeowners alike are fleeing at alarming rates when we need the tax revenue. The city will not attract new business with his reputation and all of his actions. If you feel you have no legal recourse to remove him from office, then all 7 of you must stand together to block his power grabs, remove all possible resources from him, remove his ability to act for the city, and limit his exposure to city employees, officers, contractors, vendors, and anyone else his actions could cause legal claims. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alejandro Llanes. I'm calling on the tilt-up building initiative. I just called just to say that if you prefer be better and better living if it was union. Just for the whole fact that the union does represent family, brotherhood, just a better way of living, and there's a quality of work because black workforce is top notch, People are well trained. And safety is a very big issue, and also be a local, people to be working there. So it's not going to be some out of state, just the general business, which means the local businesses will benefit from all that. If you have any questions, feel free to give me a call back. My number is 909-927-3920. That's 909-927-3920. Once again, this is Alejandro Leanos. Thank you for listening.
This is for open session meeting. This is for the Waterman Land Ventures project. Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Cesar Victorio. I live in San Bernardino. I'm a member of the Local 783 Laborers Union, and I'm calling to support the Waterman Land Ventures project, which, if approved, will provide lots of jobs for our San Bernardino residents, our union members. The project I support private development that makes they use their commitment to utilize union members, which pay fair wages, great benefits, and I hope it gets approved. This will be creating a lot of jobs for our San Bernardino residents, union members, laborers, and help us keep feeding our families, especially in these hard times, especially when we need it right now with all this going on. I hope you guys approve it. I appreciate your time for listening to this.
Hi, my name is Alex Leanos. I live in San Bernardino. I'm a member of the Laborers Local 783. I'm calling to support Waterman Land Venture Project. I think it'd be better economically for local jobs and local businesses in the San Bernardino area. This job will also support my family with a better living as it goes union, and also just continued support for the unions for any future projects that do come arise in the area in San Bernardino and the surrounding areas as they do union. We get better quality work. Once again, my name is Alex Leanos, Leanos. My number is 909-927-3920. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and member of the council. My name is Mike Navarre, member of Laborers Local 783. I'm calling in support of the Waterman Land Ventures project because this job will provide San Bernardino with more work opportunities. Put local union laborers to work like myself, earning union wages and benefits. We need more projects like Waterman Land Ventures that support quality wages and benefits here in San Bernardino. Thank you for your consideration and support for this project.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Reginald Dennis. I'm a member of the Laborers Local 783. I'm calling in support of the Waterman Land Ventures project because projects like this one have helped support me and my family. I'm currently out of work at the moment and believe this project will provide me with the opportunity to get back to work and close to being at home. I appreciate your consideration and support for this project. Bye.
Mayor and Council, I have two comments tonight on open session agenda items, number 6 and number 13, for your consideration tonight. I am Lynn Ware, San Bernardino community member, president of the Muscoviabi Neighborhood Association, and board member of the Neighborhood Association Council. First, item number 6, regarding the first reading of ordinance number MC1548, approving the Development Code Amendment number 20-01 pertaining to the social services facilities. This amendment provides clarifying revisions determined necessary as a result of the community's challenge of the permit which was erroneously given for the TAD building at 27th and Little Mountain in a neighborhood residential corridor. We want to thank Mr. Huntley and his staff for considering and honoring the citizen recommendations that we presented to provide more specific definitions of social services facilities and to require further and more appropriate distancing between such operations and residential areas of our community. In addition, we want to thank the Planning Commission for overwhelmingly approving this amendment, for protecting the rights of residents, and for exercising respect for our concerns. Second, item number 13 regarding the adoption of ordinance number MC1545, which amends the code on sidewalk vending relative to providing the city the authority to enforce the environmental health code. It is incumbent upon the council to establish an enforcement component of the sidewalk vendor ordinance. Public health is at stake, the city's integrity is at stake, and fairness and equitability is at stake. Currently, sidewalk vendors are operating in blatant disregard of our code. They are in direct competition with our already established small businesses who operate legally, are properly licensed, and pay taxes. As our city council, you must fulfill your responsibility to your constituents and to this community by adopting this code amendment tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm calling about agenda number 9, the CUP for a proposed blood bank plasma donation center. My name is Vaughn Hapeman. I'm the owner of the Cardenas Markets and the Starbucks in this center. I'm bringing this appeal on behalf of Cardenas and on behalf of the existing shop tenants in this center who are also joining me in opposing this CUP. I take issue in the strongest possible terms with the statement by the city traffic engineer that the proposed blood bank would only generate a minimal amount of traffic above that of the prior use, which was as a fabric store, or that it is a use typically anticipated or planned for in a shopping center. Let me assure you that a blood bank was never anticipated or planned for this in this center. And it's simply untrue that the fabric store would have had anywhere near the parking impact that this proposed blood bank will. A fabric store only has a few employees and a few customers, nowhere near the 50 to 80 employees that the applicant says it will have. And if you do the math, and I encourage you to do so, you divide the $3 million of anticipated revenue to be generated by the blood bank by the $25, which is the payment for each blood donor. That equals 120,000 people per year, which will be brought into the center. That's 333 people per day. And each one of those people will be parking for 1.5 hours. Again, that time is from the applicant. There is simply not enough parking spaces available in the center to accommodate another 333 customers per day. You're inviting chaos here. It's going to be a real disaster without a parking study. Now, I'm sure that you will agree with me that your job here is not to put existing businesses out of business or to jeopardize their success. But that's exactly what you're doing here tonight. All of these shop tenants in this center are small business mom and pops, and they are struggling with COVID. And along comes this big monster business from Wisconsin and takes all their parking. These existing businesses from Cardenas on down are your responsibility, gentlemen. All we're asking for here is that a traffic and parking and traffic circulation study be done. Now, when we built the Starbucks way out on the street, we had to do a parking study. I don't know how you can possibly even consider allowing this heavy, intensive parking user to come into the center without a study. And don't listen that if they're going to say that there's plenty of parking in the rear of the center to alleviate the problem. It's too hard to enforce. There's not enough spaces back there, and they will cause security concerns. So what harm can requiring a study do versus the drastic harm likely to result to the existing tenants, which are your responsibility?
The speaker has reached his 3-minute limit. I'll be moving on to the next comment.
Good Good evening. My name is Jeanette McKeag, and I'm a resident of the 7th Ward. I'm calling in for open session. My comment is regarding the upcoming election and Measure S. Measure S is not only poorly written on where the money allocation will go, there is no expiration date. We have little accountability for Measure Z and where the money went. Trusting that this mayor and his majority on the council will do what's best for the city is foolish. Time and time again, they've proven to be irresponsible with the city's money. His majority brought on lawsuits by voting to fire the city manager with no cause, voting to cut the pay of the previous city clerk and city attorney to save money, when in fact the new city clerk is being paid more than the last city clerk's full salary, hence no savings, just money towards more lawsuits that followed. And now the city is footing the bill for the mayor's sexual harassment and harassment lawsuits. The city coffers should not be used as their personal ATM. They are there to provide services to the residents of San Bernardino. We need to go back to the drawing board and write a measure that stipulates where the funds will be spent and has a sunset date. The mayor's majority, who will gladly vote for anything he wants, can be diminished to a few. We have 2 elections for council seats in November. The mayor's funders are helping the challenger to the 7th Ward, Damon Alexander, and helping councilman for the 5th Ward, Henry Nichols, by sending out vile flyers full of lies about Jim and Ben, hoping to keep his majority on the council. Vote like the future of your city depends on it, because it does. Vote for Jim Mulvihill and Ben Reneso. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barbara Sky, and I'm a resident of Vermont. I'm calling about an item not on the agenda, Oxbow's illegal dump site at the end of Palm Avenue, tentative track 16794. How did this project get where it is today? No grading permits have been issued, engineering said they didn't need one, and yet they have graded the site and buried concrete. They said they were going to haul 35,000 tons of broken pieces of concrete, some as large as 3 by 6 feet, and crush for fill on site. Nowhere in the paperwork does it state that this is going to happen. They have a temporary use permit, TUP 23033, that doesn't state that. It states request for an approval of a temporary construction yard and stockpile of material. It also states that no grading of any type shall not be, It also states that no type of grading will be done without the proper grading permits issued by land development. They still to this date do not have any grading permits. You cannot put a heavy industrial commercial project in the middle of a residential zone. Is this another housing project where the developer has paid the city to look the other way? All these permits were issued after the residents started asking questions. 35,000 tons of broken concrete is way too much for 18 acres to be built as fill for housing. Thank you, and please consider this and put it on an emergency agenda item that you can discuss this evening at closed session or bring it before the people. The residents of Vermont are very disturbed about this because this continues to go on constantly. So we would like an explanation of what's going on in our community. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Gonzalo Lozoya, member of Labor's Local 783. I am calling in support of the Waterman Land Ventures project. This project will be great for the city of San Bernardino, not only for the increased tax base it will provide, but the construction jobs it will create, along with post-construction jobs. We need more projects like Waterman Land Ventures. Thank you for your consideration and support for this project.
Hello, my name is Helen Dimitrian. I live at 3694 Myers Road in San Bernardino. I'm calling about an item that is not on the agenda. I wish to talk about the illegal dump site at the end of Palm Avenue. I believe that it is entitled the Oxbow Project. I am very concerned about the effects of the dump site on our environment. I would like to have the developer or the contractor cease doing any work until we have further information from independent sources regarding what is being done up there. Also, I have concerns that already 1/3 of the cement has already been dug and is into the ground at this point. I am concerned that it will harm the people and environment with the wind and the rainy season approaching. Thank you, and I appreciate your time in looking into this project. Thank you.
Yes, hello, this is Patrick Chaillot. I'm calling regarding the BioLife appeal for tonight's meeting. And so I am calling. We are manager of Sage Invesco. We are part owners of the Cardenas Market located at 2045 Island Avenue in San Bernardino. I'm leaving this message to voice our strong opposition to the BioLife plans to occupy the space they are proposing. That space has been designed for retail use, traditionally understood to be 4 parking stalls per 1,000 square feet, with customers going in and out. Not for medical use, with customers potentially parked for an hour and at closer to 20 parking stalls per 1,000 square feet. I also want to point out that the back area of the shopping center is not appropriate parking for the public. It's a gated area, unsafe, with too narrow access, and it would become a burden to all having to monitor that area and ensure that the Cardenas delivery trucks path remain unobstructed. There are hundreds of other spaces in San Bernardino, a lot more suitable for a blood bank use than this shopping center space. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. My name is George Robledo, member of Labor's Local 783. I am calling in support of the Waterman Land Ventures project. I joined the Labor's apprenticeship program little over 2 months ago now. I am excited to start my new career as construction craft labor. I know that in our profession we work one job to the next, and at the end of my time, I will have built a successful career. This is why this project is important to me, and projects that utilities union laborers help us continue our career with good wages and benefits my family can depend on. Thank you for your consideration and support for this project.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Valdivia and council members. My name is Emmett Cromwell. I'm a proud union carpenter and a proud resident of the city of San Bernardino. On behalf of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters and the roughly 800 members it represents within the city, I'm speaking tonight in favor of the proposed project item number 5. This is a project that will create good paying jobs for the local skilled and trained construction force such as myself. The developer of this project has a proven track record of going the extra mile for the communities they do business within, and always have the community's best interest in mind. I have no doubt in my mind that if given the opportunity, this will be a great project for the community. I live here, I raised my family here. My wife works at Cal State University of San Bernardino. We spend our money here, but yet I have very few opportunities to work here. I respectfully ask that you consider your staff's recommendation and approve this project. Let us create jobs, not prevent them. Thank you for your time and attention.
Hello, my name is Lorena Pardo, and I'm calling concerning an item that is not on the agenda. I wish for the committee to speak about the Oxbow dump project at the top of Palm Avenue. And I'm calling as a concerned resident. I have two small children, one of whom has bad allergies, and also for myself, who I suffer from asthma. My concern is with the trash up there, how is that going to further affect the environment? So I really wish that this could be addressed. Thank you.
Hi, this is Cheryl Brown, City Council, Mayor, and new City Manager. I'm calling for Hardy Brown. These are his words that he asked me to read into the record. He says, I want to congratulate and welcome our new City Manager, Mr. Fields, to the city, and say that I stand ready to give you my frank and honest opinions with the objective of making San Bernardino a financially sound government for all and by the citizens who pay taxes. I have no other agenda but to do that in this community, regardless to what other people say about me to you. On your agenda, I read that there are 3 lawsuits against the mayor filed by former employees on his staff that will add to the taxpayer dollars spent for his from his abusive behavior. You are also in labor negotiations with our employee unions. I urge you to look at conducting a classification compensation study to evaluate the possibility of a salary freeze or salary reduction in certain classifications before you conclude any agreements. We need to bring some of our salaries and benefit costs in line with our surrounding communities in the Inland Empire before we are faced with another bankruptcy situation. You are also evaluating how and what to do with written procedures for the public to have a voice in government. Whatever you decide, make sure that we, the public, have several ways for our voices to be heard in public, not just on paper for elected officials and staff to read. Last, on Measure S Oversight Committee, make sure it has some authority with its responsibility. And still, I urge all citizens to vote no on Measure S. Thank you for your service and stay safe from COVID-19. That's Hardy Brown, west side of San Bernardino, for the past 60 years. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Vincent Patrick Velasquez. I'm calling in support of the Waterman Land Venture project. I was thinking this would be a good opportunity to all get this job done and get this job going, because it's going to open up a lot of opportunities for everybody, including myself. It's here local, and this is just the beginning of one project. I'm sure in the future there's going to be a lot more, and this is a good start. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a good day. Bye.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and member of the council. My name is Luis, and I'm from Local 783 in San Bernardino. I'm calling for the Waterman Land Venture project that will be going on, and I'm just basically, trying to support this project because I'm a member of the union, and it'll keep my union busy and the city of San Bernardino working. And I think it'll be a good thing for San Bernardino. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. This is Anthony Reese. I'm calling about the Waterman Land Venture. Yes, I was just calling that I would appreciate the jobs and stuff that would be going on for San Bernardino so I could support and be here for my family. Thank you and have a great day.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the county. My name is Thomas Hall. I was calling in support of the Waterman Land Venture project due to the fact it would bring plenty of work to the area of San Bernardino, as well as fellow laborers and whatnot, and keep a lot of us close to our family, which especially around the holidays means a lot to us. And every little helps. Appreciate you very much.
Good Good evening, Mayor. My name is Andres Moreno. I'm a labor. I'm calling because I'm support the Waterman project. It's a good project for us and all the people in this city is close to our houses. Just I call it to support this message. Thank you very much.
My message is for open session public comments. The City of San Bernardino City Council voted to place Measure S on the November 3rd ballot. It offers to increase general sales tax by 1%. I do not need to get into not during a recession. Instead, I would like to argue what is fundamentally wrong with this proposition, whether it's during a recession or not. The City of San Bernardino wishes to keep their reserve funds at 25%. That's the reason for this measure. The coronavirus has prohibited the budget from keeping 25% in reserves. The proposal on the ballot is deceitful because it frames the issue as one benefiting the citizens and services, which could still be maintained if the reserves fall below the desired threshold. The Measure S proposal says the money will fund more youth, senior homeless programs, anti-gang programs, and improve 911 emergency response. The above phrases are lies. We can keep these items without Measure S. Measure S is a lazy way to generate money, and it's disappointing that the city has not considered things like more grants funding, more defunding of the police, cutting the city manager's salary, selling property, selling land, or helping street vendors on the fast track to licensing. The city could also lure Hollywood producers here with tax incentives. They could collaborate with the Native American community and many more things. This should not be the time to be acquiring more land. We should be reducing the size of the city. The city could invest in a campaign to celebrate and incentivize shopping here. Why don't we try building pride in our community? Have we tried subsidizing city and county employees, such as offering housing vouchers so people don't just come here to work and never spend any time or money here? There's no more cuts to make. The entire city is gutted. Every department is on a skeleton crew. The profits of Measure S will go to the city's general fund, which also includes police and city manager programs. We don't need this money to go to those departments. Shame on the city council for pushing this proposal and framing it in a way that gives uneducated voters an incomplete picture.
Hi, my name is Vance B. I am calling about an item not on the agenda. It's the Oxbow dumping site at the top of Palm Avenue in San Bernardino. I was wondering what is going on with that, whether the concrete that has been dumped there is going to be crushed down or whether it's going to be hauled away, or what exactly is going to go on. I'd like an emergency temporary stop work order until we find out what the developer is going to do. I would like to know what the response is. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marissa Katansky, and I am the Communications Director for Cardenas Markets, and I am speaking today in support of the appeals brought before you today. Cardenas Markets operates one of its locations at 2065 East Highland Avenue, currently affected by the City Council's decision to allow a plasma donation center to operate its business in the same plaza. Cardenas strongly opposes City Council's decision to grant the conditional use permit 20-08, as it raises concerns that the plasma center will invite heavy traffic flow, which will significantly impact our business by limiting parking spaces to our customers. This will discourage our customers from visiting our store if they believe they will experience difficulty in finding parking spaces, resulting in a considerable financial impact to our business. To that end, we respectfully request City Council reconsider their decision in granting the conditional use permit 20-08. This particular space is not conducive to providing the parking necessary to meet the needs of the proposed plasma center or our business. Finally, I'd like to reiterate that the plasma center in the proposed area raises concerns that negative financial impacts to our business are keenly foreseen. Thank you.
Paula Plunk, General Audience Participation.
Well, here we are again going around Depravity Mountain called the San Bernardino City Government. Tonight the star is Ashley candidate Damian Alexander, Ward 7, the newest boy toy of Mayor John Valdivia. Listen up, Buttercup. You were supposed to be the one to bring morality back to the council? Ha, no thank you. I'm good with my morality compass staring back at your broken one. Your receipts in the interview in the Sun versus a personal attack of a woman in Ward 7. Your receipts, coward. Stop trying to beat us down with your bullshit, sir. How about getting to not looking like a danger to the women and children in Ward 7? Or is threatening women your first priority when you think you're going to sit in that chair of democracy? Can you say bully? The women in Ward 7 are saying it. You, as a U.S. Marine, your behavior against a fellow American, a community member, and a woman is egregiously ugly and shameful. But your family must be so proud, right? My military family stretches back to Guadalcanal. We stand in the honor and pride of the U.S. flag every damn day, sir. You want to step and spit on it by thinking that dragging women with their past is somehow going to shame us all. Your lack of integrity is overwhelming. As a sexual assault survivor, your predatory behavior is nothing new. It remains stanky just like you. So you're taking a page out of the handbook of the perversion of humanity, the predatory sexual harasser John Valdivia, huh? Well, good for you. Shine on. So many days out, you couldn't even give Grandpa Mulvihill a better chance at success of winning the undecided votes of women in Ward 7. That's a gift, Mr. Mulvihill, as ugly as it is. As a daughter of a Navy man, I only give a few warning shots off my bow. This is your first one. Stand down, Mr. Alexander, and get the hell out of my American family way of life to those who don't need a predatory bully in Ward 7. Good night.
Hi, my name is Jeanette Seppi, and I'm calling about an item that's not on the agenda for tonight. I wanted to talk about the illegal dump site at the end of Palm Avenue. I wanted to know if the job has been abandoned and what is going to happen to all the broken concrete that we have going on there. If the job has not been abandoned, what is going to happen to the broken concrete? Is it going to be grinded up and turned into dust so that we may breathe in that air? Or what is going to happen to it? I wanted the city to issue an emergency temporary stop work order until we find out what the developer intends to do. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marlon Fleming. I'm a member of Labor's Local 783. I'm calling in support of the Waterman Land Ventures project. I ask for your support of this project because it will put local workers like myself to work. This project will provide me an opportunity to work close to home. This is an opportunity to put San Bernardino to work, and we should approve this project. Thank you for your consideration. Again, my name is Marlon Fleming. Thank you.
This is Crystal Whitmore with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and this message is for the open session. Before you got into all the administrative duties that you have to get into this evening, I just wanted to give a shout out to some of the wonderful things that are happening within the city of San Bernardino. Some of the things that I've witnessed over the last couple of weeks were many people from the city of San Bernardino were actually helping the Red Cross deliver 2 meals a day to the evacuees from the El Dorado fire. It was amazing to watch these people work and see all that they were doing to help these displaced people. I am actually amazed at the number of food banks that there are in the city of San Bernardino and the number of volunteers that are helping run those food banks right now to make sure that the people that need the basic necessities of life are getting what they need. Also through the county, the Food Insecurity Strike Team, a lot of these food banks work with them, and it's nice to see that organization work and also be successful within the city of San Bernardino itself. I wanted to give a big shout out to the Salvation Army because they are simply amazing. They have mountains and mountains and mountains of donations. And they are one of the few places that have stayed open through the pandemic. And the Army of Volunteers, they know how to rally people. They have reached out to organizations all across the city to help them volunteer. They also are involved in delivering meals several times a week. They put together big food boxes and make sure that they go to the right people. Anyway, just wanted to point out all the wonderful things that are happening in the city of San Bernardino and thank the City Council once again for all the positive things that they're doing for the city. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Peggy Hazlett. I'm here on behalf of public comment in the open session for just public comment. An item is not on the agenda. My request is that there is an issuance of an emergency temporary stop order for the Osbo project in the North Verdemont area. Here are the bullet points. The temporary tract map of 16794 was approved by the Planning Commission on September 23, 2009, along with an variance item number 0902, requesting a retaining wall ranging from 11 to 26 feet on the south side of the property, running 1,150 feet along lots 16 to 24, or 16 to 26. On December 7, 2009, after an appeal by the residents of the community of North Verdemont, a decision was made to continue the item to December 21st of 2009, and at that time, the developer submitted a revised tentative tract map 16794, eliminating the variance request for the retaining wall. At that point, it deemed the project unbillable. In the language from the variance request by the developer himself, the fatal flaw in this project is that without the retaining wall, the project cannot be built. And I'll quote, "At this location, there are 4 separate parcels under 3 individual ownerships. The applicant has required one of these parcels, thus reducing the common ownership to only 2 properties. The applicant has made a good faith attempt to acquire the 4.43 acre parcel that fronts Verdemont Drive in order to combine these properties with his property. The acquisition would result in a proposed project having frontage adjacent to Verdemont Drive, resulting in a billable project. The circumstances would allow for the project to be developed without the proposed retaining wall, similar to a series of projects previously approved by the city. Due to these circumstances and the existing site conditions, the construction of the retaining wall is necessary to facilitate the appropriate internal site grading and internal public street layout. Due to the physical location of the subject property, without approval of the variance, the property owner will be deprived of the ability to build to its highest and best use. Since the variance is not included in the tentative tract map and in the revised tentative tract map, this project has a fatal flaw for the city to issue a stockpiling permit and a hauling permit for the Osbo project when there is not a new tentative tract map that has gone through an initial study by the city. We respectfully request an emergency temporary stop order for the Osbo stockpiling and hauling project. Thank you.
Hello, this is Robert Porter, lifelong San Bernardino resident and fourth generation living here in the city. This is for items on the agenda and a piece that's not. I'm here to speak on the Cannabis Integrity Ordinance. I really think this is necessary. I'm tired of this pay-for-play and all the city stuff. Really tired of it, Mr. Mayor, Fred Charette. I'd like this to be extended from not just cannabis, but into all aspects of the city business to keep people from giving donations or keep politicians from asking for donations so they can get stuff done within the city. That's crap. What should be happening is people should be dealing with city staff, doing it legitimately, and getting this stuff that they want through city staff, and then you guys vote on it without having any, donations or favors done for you. This will actually protect you. And this will help protect the San Bernardino from lawsuits in court cases that will cost us money that we don't have. So please, team, pass this cannabis integrity issue. We don't want people like Jim Mulvihill taking donations from cannabis licensees and then voting on issues that benefit that licensee. That's not fair. He should have recused himself, just like the mayor did. So what I would want is you please to vote yes on the Cannabis Integrity Ordinance and consider doing that with everything in the city in the future. I'd also like to encourage everyone in the city to vote yes on Measure S. We need money, team. We've cut to the bone since the recession. I've watched tons of not-for-profits and people with great things that they want to do in the city come to the city to ask for money, and there's no money. The Historical Society, the arts people, you know, they need money too for some of these programs. And if there is extra money after we pass this tax, then they can do things. And also, I don't want to go bankrupt. I don't want to go through that whole process again and risk having a judge disincorporate us or divide us up into you know, or to just give us away to the county. So please, team, let's protect our water. Let's protect our police force. Let's protect our non-for-profits. And let's pass yes on Measure S for San Bernardino. This is Robert Porter, and I love San Bernardino.
Hello, this is regarding the OSPO fiasco at the top of Palm. Originally, my thoughts, I read over.
Hi, my name is Jem Montez, and this comment is for the open session agenda item number 3. Mayor, council, and community members, thank you for the opportunity to have a voice this evening as I address agenda item number 3. While these times are unprecedented and the guidelines modifications set forth by Governor Newsom are challenging at best, I feel certain that with effort, the city can find a way to navigate a system that allows for each voice to be heard. Many residents of the community have, for years, headed to council meetings to voice their opinions, suggestions, events, and grievances. It may be quite a long time, if ever, that they will be able to do that again. This has been their form of activism as they work to shape their community. Today, there is very little that's normal anymore. More than ever, it's crucial that we do our best to hear every voice in whatever mode they can navigate, thus making it extremely important to provide a variety of modes to accommodate the community. They need to be heard so that they can provide input and direction as to their needs. It's a council's duty to respond to constituents' needs and complaints. How can you do this if you do not know what they are? Allowing a presiding officer to modify rules at their discretion establishes a mode by which comments are censored while allowing one person to have control over a conversation, which, in turn, undermines the purpose of public comments. In-person council meetings have been a place of collaboration and networking, community, and culture. It's been a place to share concerns and celebrate achievements. It's provided emotional support for those who feel alone when trying to manage a challenge in their hometown. Please keep in mind that you work for the community, a very large community. Instead of restricting comments, you should be seeking out ways to encourage communications between the city and your constituents. Further restricting communication and silencing voices only adds to the current frustration and depressing environment that COVID-19 has cast upon us. At this time, I implore you to reconsider your position with regard to the issue and search for solutions that will have a positive impact on the community. Thank you for your time and consideration. Well, here we are again going around Depravity Mountain called the San Bernardino City Government. Tonight the star is actually candidate Damian Alexander, Ward 7, the new...
My name is Linda Nichols. This is for the open session on OSPO permit. Next door has been exploding with chatter about the fiasco of OSPO permit to haul assumed contaminated concrete to the Palm site. I have read that OSPO has abandoned the project or that are gone underground. At this moment, shut the project down. Where does this leave the concerned homeowners to obtain valid current information, my pockets are drained. This must stop. Thank you.
This is for the 10/7/2020 open session, agenda item 9.
Yeah, hi. My name is Juan Castillo. I live at 6573 Elm Avenue. My comment is in regards to the proposed blood bank at the shopping center at the corner of Highland and Sterling. I just wanted to say that I think as a member of the community, I'm not sure how the planning committee determined this would be a net benefit to the local economy. I know the company is making this promise of a seemingly arbitrary $3 million injection, but they haven't provided details on how that's actually going to come to fruition. Some of these assumptions made to come up with that proposed figure are suspect, specifically the amount remaining within the San Bernardino economy. I mean, people can come from all over, get this money and leave. I'm not going to take their word for it. So all the details on how the community benefits from the blood bank are scarce. The cost is very clear and simple to understand. As with any entity, the government provides services that are paid for by the taxpayers. Me, you, everyone here. Blood bank will receive and directly benefit from these services, and in return, they make this promise to inject money in the community. The planning community may be okay taking the blood bank's word for it here, but I expect the local community as a whole expect the blood bank to detail how they really plan to deliver on this promise. And if I promised $3 million to the city but offered zero detail on how that would actually happen, I would hope the committee would reject my application. That hasn't happened here, which very much brings into question the suitability of those board members that voted and approved for this application, 5 of which I understand are for election in less than 30 days. So, bottom line, the benefits being promised by this blood bank are being taken by the committee as guaranteed without receiving any kind of plan establishing how it will actually deliver on those proposed benefits. Meanwhile, the cost to the city is known, it's fixed, it's clear. I urge the committee to reject the proposed resolution until the blood bank provides a detailed plan establishing how it will deliver the benefits being promised to the San Bernardino community. Thank you for your time.
Public comment for Treasurer Ortiz. Council and staff. First, I would like to say that in reviewing this week's agenda, I was pleasantly surprised by the inclusion of the word associated with each of the agenda items. This is a fantastic addition, and I think it will help residents understand what projects and plans that will affect them the most. This small improvement is the type of change that we need in this city, instead of the constant attempt to exclude residents from actively participating in their government, which the mayor has consistently done by trying to limit and restrict public comments since the start of his reign of terror in our city. What he and our inept city attorney tried to pull last meeting is unacceptable. If the mayor doesn't want to hear about what a corrupt scumbag liability he is to the city, then he needs to change his corrupt scumbag ways, not shut down comments about it. That's why I'm calling on the council to censure the mayor and hold him accountable for his continued violation of suppressing public comments, which you are required to do by Section 308 of the Charter. Enough is enough. You are here to represent the residents of San Bernardino, not John Valdivia. The residents deserve to be heard, and looking at the sorry excuses in the backup material of the agenda as to why they shouldn't is despicable. Most of the staff who attend these meetings are on salary and receive generous benefits paid for by the taxpayers of the city of San Bernardino. They should have no objection to sitting and listening to residents' concerns or suggestions, and neither should any of you who ran so that you could represent our entire city. The trend of this council and city not to want to listen to residents is also why I say no on Measure S. You can all talk till you're blue in the face tonight about how you will listen to a new measure committee, but there are years of proof showing that you wouldn't even consider anything or listen to or even have the last committee meet. Nothing in the current measure requires that you listen to the committee, accept their recommendations, or even have to keep the committee after the election. Residents of San Bernardino, we need to defeat Measure S and demand a new tax measure that mandates oversight and accountability. It is time that our city starts investing into us residents and instead of their own salaries and pensions. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Valdivia, members of the council. Thank you for taking the time to hear my message this evening. My name is Alex Artiaga. I am the business manager of LIUNA, Laborers Local 783. Our organization represents over 1,700 members in San Bernardino, Inyo, and Mono counties, and I am here to speak on behalf of our members. I'm speaking today in support of the Waterman Land Ventures Industrial Warehouse Project. My organization has worked hard over the last 5 years to organize the tilt-up industry. Today, LIUNA members build 80 to 90% of these projects throughout Southern California. We build these projects with union pride and with union households. Here in the city of San Bernardino, we house the majority of our membership. We also have members in neighboring cities like Rialto, Colton, Muscoy, Highland, Fontana, Redlands, and Yucaipa. Our members and their households will be directly affected by your decision today. If I can deliver a message to you from our members, your residents, it would be that they need jobs. Not just jobs, but good paying, sustainable jobs. In our industry, our members drive miles and miles from home to the job site just to earn a fair, good, livable wage. This project will allow our members to work local to their residences, allowing them a better quality of life, meaning more time at home with the family. And since our members would be working local, that means they will be spending local. That's an economic value that I believe is often overlooked. The members of our organization who will be working on this project will earn quality benefits, superior health and welfare plans, family dental, and most importantly, a retirement plan. Our journeyman laborers on the project will earn a wage of $27.30 per hour, and our cement mason journeyman will earn a wage of $30.70 per hour. That is wages alone. That does not include the benefits I stated earlier. San Bernardino cannot afford to pass up on good projects like this one. This project is no different than the Amazon warehouse project at the San Bernardino Airport that you, Mayor Valdivia, supported, and with good reason. It would be a union quality build that will put hundreds of men and women to work right here in their own backyards. I would urge the council to approve the Waterman Land Ventures Industrial Warehouse Project for its economic benefits to our members and local residents. Thank you for your time.
That concludes the recorded public comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Rocha. Moving on to our presentation portion of tonight's City Council meeting. The item is San Bernardino County Registrar of Voters Education Presentation for the 2020 election process, presented by Westbound Communications. This time I'll turn it over to our city clerk. I believe you have the presentation, and turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. The city has partnered with the Registrar of Voters to provide a presentation regarding the 2020 election process, and Mr. Page is here with his team to present.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Bob Page. I am San Bernardino County Registrar of Voters, and I do have members of the Westbound Communications team, as well as my staff, Melissa Eichmann, who provides us with media relations support, and also my boss, Diana Alexander, who's a Deputy Executive Officer at the county. I did want to provide a brief overview of the election that we've actually started voting, started occurring on Monday. Also hoping that voters have started to receive their mail ballots, but wanted to provide an overview so that the voters understand their options for voting in this election and the measures we're taking to ensure their safety and the security of the election during this COVID-19 pandemic. If you could advance the slides real quick, thank you. Next one, please. So as an overview, as I said, we're going to talk a little bit about what the state has mandated for this election that's new, what those changes specifically mean in San Bernardino County, how we're keeping voters and poll workers safe, and what we're doing to secure the election, and a little bit also about our voter education campaign, which this presentation is an example of what we've been doing throughout the county for the past 6 weeks. Next slide, please. So going to the next slide, just a high-level overview. There's some key points that are new for this election under state mandates, either by executive orders and then codified through 2 pieces of legislation that were enacted this summer. The first is that we are required by the state to mail a ballot to all active registered voters in the county, but we are still required to provide in-person voting opportunities. So we must have at least 1 polling place for every 10,000 voters in our county. We must also provide at least 1 mail ballot drop box for every 15,000 voters in our county. We must provide a way for voters to track their mail ballots and to get notified about the status of them. And finally, we must carry out a voter education campaign. Next slide, please. So in San Bernardino County, what's not changing, though, are the ways that voters may cast a voted mail ballot. They may return it in the mail, and we provide postage paid on the return envelopes. They may drop it at one of our drop-off locations, which we've traditionally had, so this requirement's not a new one for us in terms of our operations. We also operate early voting sites, both our office here in San Bernardino, as well as we open 5 additional locations traditionally for elections throughout the county. And we, as I said, we still have polling places that voters can return either their mail ballot or they can vote a polls ballot. Next slide, please. So vote by mail, as I mentioned, those were mailed out, those ballots, on Monday. I did start receiving reports yesterday that some voters were starting to receive those. Additionally, to enable voters to be able to track their mail ballots, we did sign up for the Secretary of State's Where's My Ballot tracking system, which allows voters who enroll in it to receive either an email, text, or phone message at different points in the process. So when the ballots were mailed on a Monday, I received a text on my cell phone letting me know that my ballot was on its way. Once I vote it, or a voter votes their ballot and returns it to us, they will receive a notification that we've received their ballot. And ultimately, once we have determined their mail ballot is eligible to be counted, we've removed it from the envelope, they'll receive a notification that their votes have been counted. The other thing I did want to mention is we do provide a number of other mailings. In addition to the ballot, we provide voter information guides. One thing that is new for this election that's not specifically COVID related is that we are sending out 2 voter information guides, which we finished delivering all of those to the post office last week. So voters, if they haven't received them yet, should receive them soon. The reason there's a second one is there's 2 county-wide measures that seek to revise or amend the county charter, and measures J and K. And the Board of Supervisors had directed my office to print the full text of those proposals along with the arguments and rebuttals and independent impartial analysis. And that in itself takes up 72 pages in the voter information guide. So it was both a money-saving approach as well as a time-saving approach. If we divided those up into 2 books, we printed the supplementals ahead but mailed them second so they were ready to go. So as I said, those should be out. The last thing I wanted to mention is that while mailing a ballot to all voters is something that's new for our county, it's something we're prepared for and have the capacity to handle. The reason is that last year the county replaced our voting system and a lot of our equipment. And in that process and during that project, we doubled our capacity for processing mail ballots, which included doubling the number of workstations for employees to verify signatures, as well as doubling the number of mail ballot sorter scanners that we have. Next slide, please. Ballot drop-off boxes, these are new in a way. We've always had drop-off locations for mail ballots, either at city clerk's offices or at county library branches, having about 56 locations in past elections for that to happen. The new requirement to have at least 1 for every 15,000 voters increases the number of locations we have to 70 for this election. And we decided at the time we knew this requirement was coming, county offices were closed to the public, a lot of city offices and all the county library branches were closed to the public. So we made a decision at that point to purchase boxes that we could install outside. These are made of 18-gauge steel. They weigh about 200 pounds. They are bolted to the concrete so that somebody cannot take off with them, as well as we are partnering with local jurisdictions and agencies to have them at their facilities that are well known by the public, but that can also be monitored while they're in use. Those began accepting ballots as of yesterday, and they'll remain unlocked to accept ballots through 8 p.m. on November 3rd. If a voter wants to find the closest drop-off locations for them, and one of them is outside the city clerk's office, they may go to our website, www.sbcountyelections.com, and we have a improved locator map that they can either use their GPS to find the closest locations within a certain mile radius and then get driving directions to them, or they can type in an address and get the same radius results and locations with driving instructions. Next slide, please. Early vote sites, as I said, this is a service we have traditionally provided. Early voting started Monday in our office. The week of October 26th, we will be opening 5 additional locations throughout the county, one in Ontario, one in Victorville, another one in Apple Valley, one in Joshua Tree, and then a second location here in San Bernardino at the International Airport Domestic Terminal. Those locations have all been printed in the voter information guide, but are also available on our website. The hours of operation that week of Monday through Friday are going to be 10 a.m. until 6 p.m. Voters can either bring in their voted mail ballot that they've done at home, or they can request and receive a replacement ballot. Because that is after, those are open after the deadline to register to vote, which is October 19th. Voters can also conditionally register to vote and receive a provisional ballot to vote at our early vote sites as well. Next slide. So polling places, as I said, we are required to have at least one for every 10,000 voters. That minimum requirement in our county is equal to 105. We were able to successfully secure 210, so double the minimum requirement. But because that number is less than the 396 we had in the March primary, we are mandated by the state to have our polling places open for 4 days. So they will open starting Saturday, October 31st, and be open that Saturday, Sunday, Monday, as well as the traditional elections day of Tuesday, November 3rd. The first 3 days, Saturday through Monday, they'll be open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. On Tuesday, November 3rd, all of our polling places will be open from the traditional hours of 7 a.m. until 8 p.m. The assignments for voters for their polling place can be found on the back cover of their voter information guide, or if they have misplaced that or don't receive it, they can always get onto our website and use our Find My Polling Place mapping tool to locate their assignment. Next slide, please. So in terms of those voters who do want to come in and receive services in person, I did want to kind of give an overview of what some of the measures we're taking to ensure their safety as well as those of our election workers. Next slide, please. So first, we have procured a large amount of personal protective equipment. So our election workers, our poll workers will be wearing face masks as well as plastic face shields. We're also giving them gloves, lots of hand sanitizer and cleaning supplies. They have been trained to clean the surfaces in the polling places throughout the day that voting is occurring. They've also been trained to implement 6-foot social distancing guidance in the polling places. Lastly, if a voter does arrive at a polling place not wearing a face mask, we will offer one. We've purchased enough of those disposable face masks to offer those to all voters. If the voter refuses to wear one, we cannot deny their right to vote. So what we will do instead is that we will offer then face shields to every other voter who's present at that time to give them an extra level of protection while there is somebody in the polling place not wearing a face covering. Next slide, please. In terms of how we're securing the election and your ballot, there's 3 basic questions we usually get asked about this that I've outlined on this next slide, which is first, we always get questions about cybersecurity, and I want to assure the council and the members of the citizens of the city of San Bernardino that this is something that we take seriously, and it's an ongoing process of annually training our staff not to fall victim to phishing emails and other kind of scams like that. But we've also had either state agencies or federal agencies into our facility or trying to hack into our systems 3 different times in the past 3 years. And when those agencies provide us with recommendations on ways that we can strengthen our protections, we do implement them. Obviously, I can't share what those are because then that would basically make those no longer protections if people knew what they were. But I will tell you that's something we will continually do. We know that we're not ever always safe. It's something we have to constantly monitor. The additional point I will make is that it is not possible to hack into the equipment and the server and systems that we use for actually counting the ballots. Those are not connected to the internet in any way. They're not even connected to the county's own internal wide area network. They are air gapped in the secure rooms that they're placed in. So somebody would actually have to be here in our office, get past the card key protections that we have in those rooms to be able to even access those systems. Additionally, I did mention there are a couple of the safety measures regarding the drop boxes. I do get questions about those as well. As I mentioned, they are bolted and anchored to the concrete pads they're placed on, and those bolts are actually inside the box themselves. So you have to have the two separate keys you need to unlock the ballot retrieval panel to be able to even access the bolts. And as I said, our partners are keeping an eye on those and reporting any issues to them, and we're dealing with those quickly to address those issues. Finally, we are providing, and we traditionally provide a certain level of training to our poll workers regarding de-escalation techniques and how they can ensure that people can smoothly vote without issue, even if somebody comes in with a certain concern or a point of view that they want to express that might make other people uncomfortable. We are continuing to do that, but we've tried to improve that by working with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department for the past couple months to expand that training. The Sheriff's Department actually is going to be providing in-person training to our poll worker supervisors and assistant supervisors that we're providing in a couple weeks to provide them with even an extra level of that training to assist people with getting through the voting process without incident. But we've also trained them that should a situation pose an immediate danger, that's not something we want them to, on their own to try to address. And so we have advised them to call 911. And I have met, in addition to the sheriff, I did meet last month with all the city police chiefs and talked to them about the election and have provided them all now with all of our locations, our polling places, our early vote sites, as well as the mail ballot drop boxes, so that they know where we are, so that if we do call 911, they're able to respond quickly. Next slide, please. Our voter education campaign, as I mentioned, the message that we are promoting, if you go to the next slide, that you can also see in my background, is that our tagline for the election in the campaign is "Your ballot, vote safe, and vote early." And these words were picked very specifically for a couple of reasons. One, while we're mailing a ballot to everybody, even if they didn't request it, we do want to remind the voters that the power in how they vote and the method of voting that they believe is safe and secure for them is that it's their ballot and it's their choice to do that. We're not requiring them to vote any specific way. So those 4 different ways I mentioned that somebody could cast a ballot, that's the choice of the voter. We just need to tell them that they can vote safe, whichever method they choose, by explaining the different measures we're taking to ensure their safety. Voting early is important because with the presidential general election, this is typically the election in the 4-year cycle that receives the most voter turnout. It's not unheard of at polling places to have lines of 1 hour to 2 hours on election day during the presidential election. But we do want people to know that if they want to vote in person, that they have a number of opportunities to do that before November 3rd. And the more people that we can convince to vote early, we believe that we should be able to address any lines that we might experience on November 3rd. The other thing I'll mention about that in terms of the lines is that because of social distancing requirements and cleaning requirements, we do expect the voting process in the polling place once the voter checks in to take longer than it typically has, potentially up as twice the amount of time that it's taken in the past. So, there's potentially lines on those days, but also once you get in there, we have to make sure we have everything ready and clean for them. But as I said, it's their ballot, so whatever method they choose, we are here to support to make sure they have their access. These kind of community presentations are the foundation of our campaign. We've provided about 25 to date in the past 6 weeks, as I mentioned. We have another 30 or so planned this month, and we're still continuing to schedule more. The reason why these are the foundation is that UCR and Common Cause did a study earlier this year of likely voters and asked them what person or method of receiving messages about the election would you most trust? And the number one answer to that question was when they receive messages from their community leaders or a community organization they belong to, such as a church or other social organization, when those messages came from their groups that they belong to, that's when they trusted the message the most, more so even than when it comes on official elections mail. So that we've realized that and made a concerted effort to try to do as many of these presentations as we can with groups with large membership that they can help us share the message. And to help the city or other groups share that message, we have put together a communications toolkit which is available on our website or can be emailed to everyone, that provides everybody with a FAQ, infographic, some sample messages for social media posts, as well as newsletter articles. We've also, tomorrow we'll be adding some videos that Westbound has put together for us on different parts of the process, such as the process of registering to vote and reminding people that the deadline to do so is Monday, October 18th. But in addition, we're doing all the usual things with the media in terms of paid advertisement in newspapers, radio, and potentially TV, as well as our materials that we provide on our website and have to be in 8 different languages in compliance with the state law. So next, I've got some examples of some of the coverage we've had, because obviously we've been making an effort as well to educate the media and have started to receive articles and coverage regarding that information that we're sharing, as well as early voting starting on Monday. Next slide, please. And we've started also to do some social media advertising and some print ads, and have made arrangements for some digital billboard ads as well. Next slide, please. And we've got some sample shots of some of the videos that we have ready, and also on the next slide, I believe we've got some samples of some of our social media graphics that we're using as well. Next slide, please. So this is an example of what's in the toolkit. There's a photo there of the infographic that we have that has some of the key dates in the election and the reminder of the different ways that they have to vote and some other information. It's a 2-sided document. Next slide, please. So finally, as I mentioned, a key part of our education campaign is doing presentations like this, if you go to the next slide, and ask that those that we make the presentations share the information we provide, take advantage of looking at the toolkit on our website and using that. Yes, Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, just I'm not sure if I missed it, but now everybody gets mailed a ballot.
Correct.
And if they show up at the poll on election day, are they required to surrender that mail ballot?
We encourage them to do that, but it is not required. We started in the March election to use electronic voter rosters at our polling places, electronic poll books that have every single voter's on them in the county. So even if a voter goes to the wrong polling place, we can still check them in and help them vote without voting provisionally.
How are you going to prevent an individual from mailing a ballot and voting at the poll?
So when we receive a mail ballot back from a voter, that is then will show up on that poll pad. So when somebody shows up to try to vote at a polling place, it will alert the poll worker that's checking them in that we've already received a mail ballot from that voter. They will be informed that we already have received a ballot. If they still request to vote, we will then at that point give them a provisional ballot, which will be placed in a separate envelope, and then we will research that after we have gone through the canvass. During the canvass period, we'll research that to determine whether we can confirm that the voter had already voted. And if we confirm that the voter did try to vote twice, we will report that situation to the district attorney's office for further investigation and potential prosecution.
Because the polls will be open. The polls will be open for 4 days. So in theory, I could go vote on day 1 that the polls open, and then mail my ballot within that next 3 days following the day I vote.
Correct.
And are we going to be checking IDs or names when they come to the polls? I assume are we going to check signatures? What's the process?
Right. So
I've got a lot of concern about, because everybody's getting a ballot this year. The typical way it works, if you're an absentee voter, you're indicated as an absentee voter on the voter list when you go to the polls, and you have to surrender that ballot before they'll let you vote, typically.
Right.
So
and that was,
a lot of
and
confusion and concern.
Yeah. So that was when we had printed rosters, which only had the names of the voters assigned to that polling place. We did require somebody to either surrender their ballot to receive. They had to surrender their mail ballot in order to receive a live polls ballot. If they couldn't, then we gave them a provisional ballot. And then once we confirmed they had not mailed the ballot in, we counted the provisional ballot. With the electronic rosters now, because all of that information, it gets uploaded continuously through the voting process so if somebody goes to one polling place and votes there, that then gets shared with all of the poll pads throughout the county. So if they try to go to another polling place, it will be seen within seconds that person checked in.
But if they send in that ballot after they voted, what's the process? What happens? How are you checking all that?
Right. So if we receive a mail ballot after we've checked them in at the polling place, and so the mail ballot becomes the second ballot we receive, when we scan that ballot through our system, it will be sorted out and identified as to be challenged and reviewed, because the system knows that we've already had that voter participate in the election. So that is in place, that these systems communicate with each other to make sure that information is shared in as real time as possible, and that so in that case, when we receive two different ballots at different times, the first ballot would be counted, the second one would not, and then that voter would be reported to the district attorney's office for investigation.
Councilmember, why don't we do this? We have 4 more slides. Let's let Bob finish, please.
Okay, yeah, I've got one more question and then I'll wrap up. We can complete the presentation now.
Thank you, Councilman. Bob, please proceed. We have 4 slides and then we'll open it up to questions or comments.
Sure, yeah, not a problem. So as I said, we are encouraging you and everybody who makes this presentation to share this information either with your networks or with your family and friends, and to help us encourage them to vote as well as to vote early. Next slide. The last thing I did want to mention for the members of the community in San Bernardino, the residents, is that we are currently recruiting for extra help positions to help us with this election. We have an open recruitment. If they go to the county's job site, they will find information about this position called General Election Worker that pays about just under $16 an hour. And we're accepting applications to help us with a number of tasks, from helping us answer the phones, helping us count ballots, helping us deliver supplies and equipment to the polling places. It's a great opportunity for somebody to get their first job in the county if they want, or if they're currently out of work and they're looking for some work. We welcome all applications. Next, please. Final slide, and we've provided a copy of this presentation, so you'll have this, but the next slide has some links on it, so that if you are interested in learning a little bit more about both of the executive orders as well as the 2 bills that I mentioned, we have links to that. If you yourself are interested in signing up for tracking your mail ballot through the Where's My Ballot tool, there's a link to be able to enroll in that program. Our website address, our phone number, and email address for questions, as well as we've got a link there for My Elections Gateway, which is a tool that we have that allows voters, and we encourage voters who may have moved since the last time they vote, to use that tool, make sure the Registrar of Voters office has your current address, and that we've mailed the ballot to the correct place. If you find that we do not, we encourage you then to update your information so that we can get you a replacement ballot. And there's a link to the communications toolkit on that page as well. And that concludes. Right now, I am open to answering any other questions.
When's the last day to register to vote?
The last day to register to vote through the normal and vote normally would be Monday, October 19th. Okay. So if people miss that deadline, they can come into our office, to one of our early vote sites, or any polling place, and conditionally register to vote and vote a provisional ballot, or it's called same-day voting more generally. That's also an option, but the regular deadline is October 19th to be able to receive a normal mail ballot.
And how often are the ballot drop boxes emptied?
They are emptied. That is regulated by state regulations, the frequency and the method by which we do that. We have to send out 2-person teams, and we have to send them out between now and October 23rd, at least every 96 hours. And after October 23rd, we have to send them out at least every 48 hours. But we will be tracking the use of those boxes, and if we find that they're getting greater uses than we expect, then we will increase the frequency of those pickups. We're going to start with the regulation and meeting those requirements, but if we find we need to do more frequent, we will do more frequent pickups.
All right, Councilman Nichols, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, and just to be clear, how many days after the election, obviously mail ballots have to be postmarked the day of the election, correct?
Correct.
And then how many days after will they be allowed to be received before there's a cutoff?
In past elections, it was required that the post office deliver those to us within 3 days by the Friday after the election. But one of those bills that I mentioned extended that period, where the post office has been given 17 days now to deliver that mail. I don't expect they're going to need that because as I said, we dropped nearly 1.1 million ballots off to them on Monday morning, and I had reports of voters having received them already yesterday afternoon. So I don't think it's going to take them that long, but they've been given the state has provided for that possibility that it may take them some time to get those to us. The other thing that I'll mention, if people want to drop off their mail ballot in person, either at an office or a drop box, they then have to do that by 8 p.m. on election day. If they want to mail it back, as you mentioned, it does have to be postmarked on or before November 3rd for that to be eligible to be counted.
And is it postage paid, or do they need a stamp?
The county pays for the postage. It's required by state law that we do so.
Okay.
Does that conclude your questions?
Well,
yes.
Yeah, Mayor, if I could, there was one other thing that the councilman had mentioned in his earlier questions was about the signatures. So with when somebody checks in at the polling place, they are attesting that they are who they are under penalty of perjury. They are signing the roster that's them. For mail ballots, voters are required to sign the outside of the return envelope and date it and seal it, and when they send it back. And what we do then, as I mentioned, we doubled our workstations for having all of our team check each one of those signatures against the signatures we have on file to match those up. If the signature is missing, or we don't believe that it appears that the signature matches, we're then required to mail a notice to those voters, giving them an opportunity to correct those things. And they have until 2 days before we certify to correct that issue. The added benefit of signing up for Where's My Ballot is that if that's a situation where their ballot gets challenged, they will also get a notification through that system that their ballot's been challenged and to contact our office. So that will provide an extra level of notification to the voters for this election if they sign up for that. They have to actively go to that website though and sign up. That's not automatically provided to all voters.
Bob, when's the date of final certification? When will we know the results? What's the obligation of the county to report out the final results?
For this election, because it's got a presidential contest on it, it's kind of a two-part answer. So the presidential contest has to be certified by December 1st. All the local races have to be certified 2 days later, but it's not really possible for us to separate out votes from ballots. So we are going to be certifying by December 1st.
That's the goal for the county?
Yes.
Got it.
That's okay. The legal requirement, yeah.
Very good.
That's the goal and that's the requirement.
Got it. Councilman Charette, go ahead, sir.
Bob, first of all, I just want to say I think this is an excellent presentation you've given here today. I feel, there's so much talk about fraud and things like that with ballots and what's going on across the country, and you've made me feel extremely confident in San Bernardino County and the way you're handling this. So I want to just give you kudos for that. And the presentation, you clearly have a handle on the information that you're responsible for. So thank you for the presentation. My question is, and I think you answered it. I think I know the answer. I don't always use the exact same signature. In fact, I've changed it from time to time. I'm not sure what signature I'm using that's recorded at the county versus what I might sign the day I vote or sign my mail-in ballot. That's where Track My Ballot would be useful.
Yes, it definitely, as well as if we didn't believe that your signature matched what we had on file, we would send you a letter as well. But what I will tell you is that we don't just have your original signature you provided when you registered to vote a number of years ago.
That would have been a Bob, that would have been a long time ago.
But we should have on file many of your signatures. The signatures we have access to the signatures you've provided to the DMV. Say even if you did it electronically and finger signed, we'll have access to that. So we have a number of different signatures to compare against to look for enough similarity to determine that it's a match. And as I said, if we don't, we'll notify you.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much. And again, thank you very much for just a great presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Bob, I signed up for the Where's My Ballot this morning at about 5 a.m. and I was really impressed with the ballot track. So what an awesome tool. I want to encourage all of our residents to sign up for that. It really does work and I was impressed. Bob, I want to send my deep appreciation to your staff. I personally know Delia and Melissa Eichmann, and I appreciate all what they do for the County Registrar of Voters, all my inquiries at times. I appreciate their support, the responsiveness, and especially a special mention to Yvonne Harmon. She always has a smile on her face, and we get good service, customer service. I do. I've experienced it. My campaigns have experienced it. We really do appreciate you, Bob. You've been there 2 years now, I believe, roughly.
Correct. Yeah, yeah. I arrived. Yeah, I was sent to the department in July of 18 on an interim basis to help us get through the November 2018 statewide election, and then in May the next year, the CEO did appoint me to be the permanent registrar of voters. So I've been here about 2 years. You're right. I've got a great team. Everyone you mentioned does a great job, and I've got many, many more that help us conduct accurate elections and secure elections, as well as maintain everybody's voter records to the highest level.
Well, we appreciate you, Bob. Any final questions or comments from council members? Thank you very much, Bob, for the presentation.
Hey, I appreciate the opportunity. I know it went a little long, but I do appreciate the opportunity to explain this to the council as well as the citizens of the city who may be watching. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you. At this time, we'll move into our staff report portion of tonight's meeting. It's
Mayor, if I may, I do wish to raise an emergency item that arose after the posting of the agenda. I attended a community discussion on Saturday regarding the Oxbow project, which is a stockpiling of material at the end of Palm. And I am requesting this evening that we instruct staff to place a temporary stop work order on this project to allow our staff time to follow up and verify various aspects and questions that were raised by the community and by property owners. So I would respectfully ask that we add that item to the agenda tonight, as it did arise after the posting.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councilman Nickel, with a second by Mulvihill. We'll get a legal opinion on the request to add it to the calendar. Ms. City Attorney?
So, Mayor, council members, as you know, under the Brown Act, you need to make 2 findings to add an emergency item to the agenda. The first finding must be that the issue was not raised before the posting of the agenda. So you must find that the facts giving rise to this item were only known after the agenda was posted. The second finding is that there is a need to take immediate action. If you can make those 2 findings, those are the findings of the council, and you'll need a supermajority vote of the council to add the item.
Right, and it does regard public health and safety. We did have a discussion with both our Public Works Director and our Community Development Director on Saturday. They did agree that there were various aspects of this project, including the bonding, the zoning, the testing of the crushed material, the permitting, the crushing that's planned to take place there, the processing of this material, the mitigation. All of these items required further investigation, and they were not prepared to provide any answers. They were still looking into the matter. And if we do not take action tonight, there's a likelihood that action will take place on that property that could pose a significant risk to public health and safety to anybody living in that area, and to potential property damage.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to point to our city manager. My question is, I respect the urgency to add it to the calendar. I don't have a problem with that. But can this be handled administratively through city staff under your direction, Mr. Field?
I believe so. We've actually been digging into this, no pun intended, for quite a while now, and I suspect I think we've made a fair amount of progress. Probably need to hear a little bit from Mike Huntley, who's on here. He's been part of the group that's been working with Oxbow. So, Mike, if you can jump in here a little bit. I think we are making some progress, but we need to. Let's hear from Mike first. Mike.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, just to provide an update, both Chris Jensen, the Public Works Director, and I actually attended the Vertimont community meeting last Saturday, as well as the council member did, right? There were a lot of questions that were asked at that meeting, some of which we didn't have an answer for at that particular time. Since that time, and due to the urgency and concerns that were raised, we have spent some time. We did have a meeting with the developer of the Oxbow project. We did get a chance to talk to him and talk to his general contractor who did the hauling up there. We also had a chance to go back in and review the entitlement plans on the project that include, I know there were some concerns raised about heights of the retaining wall. We went back, we pulled out the entitlements, looked at them. I know that there was a variance that was considered back in 2009. Went back and we've looked at the grading plans. The grading plans had been signed off by our consultant as well as the land development side of the house. And it appears that those are in compliance with code. We also have looked at the plans for the water and for the sewer component. Looks like the water department has signed off on those. We evaluated, there were some concerns raised at the meeting associated with sheet flow of drainage from the site down Palm. Based on what we were able to identify on the grading plans, that is not the case. It'll actually be, there is a collection basin on site, and then it'll be drained through that out through the appropriate mechanisms. There's a lot of additional documents, and quite frankly, we aren't done with our evaluation. We actually, the applicant's intent is to actually grind the concrete on site that's supposed to be part of the base for construction. Ms. Jensen and I took a field trip today, went out to Colton, where they're doing something similar so we could understand the types of equipment. We've started some discussions with the city manager. We need to spend more time, and actually Chris Jensen and I need to spend more time with our staff to understand the full scope of the project. As the council members are aware, and many of the public members who attended, this was entitled back in 2009. So we're going through the environmental doc that was approved for the project, as well as the additional plans. So we can come back to the city manager and provide some insight to him, which in turn he'll provide more information to the city council.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Huntley. I'll entertain a motion for a call for the question. I think, Mr. Nickel, you have some response from our staff. Does that satisfy your inquiry, or do you still need to?
We need to stop activity right now. We can't allow additional material to be brought up there, especially if the project is not
all right.
bonded.
Why don't we do this? We'll just call for a roll call vote. The motion to add it to the calendar, and then I guess we can discuss it. Ms. City Clerk,
I do want to have a discussion on our policy on stockpiling material and the requirements for bonding.
Okay. All right, thank you, Councilman Nickel. Let's go ahead without further delay. Let's call the roll on adding this item as emergency issue. Ms. City Clerk, if you call the roll, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Nickel,
Yes.
Councilmember Richard,
Yes.
and Councilmember Mulvihill.
Yes.
Item passes unanimously.
Okay, very good. The item will be heard at the end of tonight's calendar, and we appreciate Councilman Nickel for your leadership on that tonight. Moving on to item number 2 under cannabis integrity standards. This is a ordinance and resolution and guidelines for the exchange of existing commercial cannabis permits for micro business licenses. The recommendation is before you. I will be continuing on presiding over this item, as I do not have a conflict, and we'll go immediately into our staff report. Mr. Field.
Okay, what you have before you is recommendation that we accept for the first reading the ordinance that would add to chapter 5.10, the requirement for cannabis integrity standards, adopt resolution 2020-239 establishing the integrity standards, and adopt resolution 2020-240 adopting guidelines for the exchange of existing commercial cannabis business permit licenses for a micro business license type. The staff report actually is going to be delivered by Mike Huntley, who developed this. So, Mike, back to you.
I hate to punt. My understanding that our city attorney would be providing that short presentation tonight. So, Sonia?
Fair enough.
Mayor and council members, very briefly, you have visited since June 17th of this year a number of cannabis program policy decisions. This is the first of 3 items, the 3 pieces that we are bringing back to you. At your previous meeting, you asked us to develop process integrity standards to ensure the integrity of your application and decision making, and also to implement your policy decision that any businesses that were operating as of August 31st who wanted to exchange their existing permits for a micro business permit would be allowed to do so. So basically there are 2 things here. We do have 4 commercial cannabis business operators who qualified for what we are calling the trade-in. One of them was already a micro business, so we have 3 of the applicants who would be qualified to apply for the trade-in to a micro business permit. The proposal, as set forth in resolution number 2020-240, would require these owners to apply for the permit at the cost of $4,681, and it would be handled administratively. Each of the businesses have already complied with all of the city's requirements and the state requirements, and in order to make the transition, they would be held to the same state and local requirements. So that's the first part, simply implementing your previous direction. The second part is the actual process integrity standards set forth as a section in your ordinance. The ordinance applies to the council members, and the only part of this that applies to the council members is disclosure. It's the only thing that applies to the council members. You simply have to disclose under the terms of the ordinance whether you've had ex-parte contacts. And that requirement is only going to apply when you actually get ready to vote and approve applications. The ordinance also requires the adoption of a resolution. The resolution is that what applies to the actual applicants. The resolution provisions do not apply to the city council. The resolution requirements apply to the applicants and provide that an applicant shall not make ex-parte contacts with council members. They shall not provide the council members with gifts, and that they are prohibited from giving certain campaign contributions for a period of time. So again, these are the requirements in the resolution that apply to the applicants. This ordinance, if adopted, would have a second reading on October 21st, and the ordinance itself would go into effect November 20th, 2020. We think well in advance of the new application standards. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, at this time, Ms. City Clerk, if you would, I have instructions that this item needs to be read, the title for MC 1547. Is that accurate, Ms. City Clerk?
Yes.
Would you please proceed?
Okay, ordinance number MC 1547, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino, California, adding a new section to chapter 5.10 of the San Bernardino Municipal Code, requiring integrity standards for commercial cannabis business permit applications.
Thank you very much. I'll entertain a motion.
Well, before that, I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
So I appreciate that the council has gone with me this far. I ask that this be part of the municipal code because unfortunately what I'm about to say is a real indictment of the way we do things here at the city. For too long, we have had pay for play. For too long. In 8 of the last 10 elections, the individual who raised the most money won that election. And what does that mean? That means that private or special interest money runs the politics in our city. Henry Nickel has had the development community all but declare war on him because he won't allow him a free hand in the 5th Ward. Sandra Ibarra, who has been the most honest politician I've ever met, and the city of San Bernardino is lucky to have such an honest politician, will probably not win her reelection bid because there is an accumulation of special interest money that is now going to back her challenger and will replace her. So this is the first step. I intend before the end of this calendar year to bring integrity standards that will apply in a much broader scope. And I ask that the residents, if they believe in what I have to say, that they pressure their elected officials to commit to these standards, because for too long we have had special interests run this city. Some of the more zealous members of our deliberative body have not only, sold their vote for sometimes as little as $500, but in some cases they stand at the doorstep of our city with their hands out, and they tell those business people who want a stake in our city that if you're going to put shop here in our city, you need to contribute to my political campaign. So what I will be asking before the end of this calendar year is for a integrity standards rule. First, that a party or his or her agent seeking a license, permit, or other entitlement for use may not contribute more than $250 to an officer of the agency while the proceeding is pending and for 3 months after. Second, any officer of an agency may not solicit a contribution of more than $250 from a party or participant to a proceeding, or his or her agent while the proceeding is pending and for 3 months after. And finally, an officer of an agency may not participate in a decision on a license, permit, or entitlement for use if the officer has received a contribution of more than $250 from a party, a participant, or his or her agent for the preceding 12 months. So I will be bringing this before the council before the end of this calendar year. We need to pass this because we do have a level of corruption here in the city that is choking our city. So with that, I make a motion that we approve the staff's recommendation.
Okay, and that's for Mayor Pro Tem, that's for all 3 items?
Yes.
Okay, there's a motion for approval.
Substitute motion or
And there is a second by, was that Sandra?
Yes.
On the motion by Mayor Pro Tem. We'll go in order. Just a moment, Mr. Charette. Mr. Mulvihill, sir, you had your hand raised. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Sanchez.
Yes.
Right now, this is just focused on cannabis. Why are we limiting the integrity to just cannabis at this time? Aren't you going to expand it to really, look at all the streets. I mean, we're always tapping on one particular firm that handles most of the streets in San Francisco.
And I think you're an ally with me on this. The only problem is that when I first brought this up February 19th, and I only had one other vote in support. That was myself, and that was Sandra Barra. I'm not sure that we have the support now, so I don't think this is the appropriate time to bring this up. But I do intend to bring this up before the end of the calendar year.
Do you see, I guess my question is, do you see expanding this really to other activities as well?
Yes, so this would be any party who seeks a license, a permit, or any other entitlement in the city. For too often, we have someone who comes into the city who wants to build, and at the doorstep, there's one from among our ranks who has his hand out saying, you need to contribute to my campaign if you want to build in this city.
Understood. No,
Do you have firsthand knowledge of that, Mr. Sanchez? Those are broad speculative remarks on your part.
I mean, are you taking offense?
No. I think what I'm trying to do is encourage you to stay focused. And
all right, that's why tonight we need a vote on this cannabis integrity standard.
I support
but I am
it.
committed. I'm hoping that the people watching at home will please pressure their elected officials to implement these integrity standards before the end of this calendar year. Please.
Thank you.
You
Mr.
do
Sanchez.
believe that there's
Thank you.
All right, I'll finish.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I guess my point is,
hold on,
I don't
Mr.
see why.
Mr. Mulvihill, just
I
a
don't
moment,
see.
please.
We're still handling this.
Mr. Mulvihill.
I'm still talking about Sanchez with regard to this.
Well, I want to respond to Mr. Mulvihill.
You're cutting me off.
I'm not. I'm just.
Yes, you are.
Mr. Mulvihill, if you just pause for just a moment, please. Mr. Sanchez, we want to live in reality and not speculation. But I appreciate your encouragement and your strive for integrity. That's something we all need here in our community, and we'll strive to study that at the appropriate time. Tonight, the matter is before you on cannabis integrity standards, and I think it's a great policy recommendation from staff on approval. Mr. Mulvihill, please proceed, sir.
Yeah, because I really object to singling out one particular activity to apply integrity standards for. It seems we're missing the boat. We're seeing the minor offense to the big picture. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Mulvihill. Mr. Charette, sir, go ahead.
Well, first of all, I don't think all three items go together. I think the two are regarding the integrity standards. I think the permit licensing, the trade-in or the existing trading, though, that's a separate item, has nothing to do with integrity. We've already approved somebody being able to trade their license in if they met a certain requirement. So I'd like to separate them out if we can. And I don't. And I will go back on my record for 12 years of dealing with developers and fire unions and police unions and people, and the integrity comes within the person, the elected official, and the people vote for us. And if we don't have integrity, we don't deserve to be here. And I think this is kind of a First Amendment right, as well as I agree with Jim that we're singling out one industry. You want to expand this to everybody. I've made it very clear, and Theodore, you and I had a conversation, and I've stood up to my integrity, and I've told people, you want to give me money, give it to me, but that doesn't buy a vote. And I never have and never will. And I can say that clear back to 2009 or 10 when I was first elected and dealt with the fire union. And that's been my integrity, and I do it on a daily basis. And I think this is not hamstringing us. You're putting requirements on business people that should be able to call and talk to a council member.
And they can. And they can.
I don't think it says that here. In what I read, it said they can't even talk to you.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about what I was proposing. But okay,
no.
Continue. Sorry.
And I
hold on, Mr. Charette. Just to referee, let's not continue the crosstalk. Mr. Charette, you're recognized. Please proceed with your comments, and then we'll recognize down the line. Please proceed, Mr. Charette.
And that's all I'm saying is that I just don't think singling one industry out, and of course the cannabis industry is ripe with issues, and I've been accused so many times of taking money from developers, and I'd like everyone to go back and look at my 460s and see how much money I've raised from developers. Not very much over 12 years, and I just think that we need to police ourselves. And I don't want to be hamstrung, and I don't want to hamstring the business community that they can't come in and talk to us and have the perfect right to give us a donation and not expect anything more from it. But if you have your hand out and say, I'll give you this, that's quid pro quo, that's illegal, that's wrong. So I'm not going to support it. I just don't. And the public I may not be articulating it very well, but I'm just simply saying that I don't think we need to do a better job of policing ourselves and showing our own integrity. And not be dictated because, it's the old story, and I know where this is coming from, and no one's going to say it, and I'm not going to say it either, but it's about the apple barrels. It's about a barrel of apples. One apple spoils the barrel, and that's what it's all about. So because of one spoiled apple, the rest of the barrel is penalized. I don't support that. And I don't think that's what democracy is about, and I don't think that's what free enterprise is about.
Thank you, Councilman Charette. Members, I just want to remind you, let's stay on point. We have a motion. We have a second, I believe. I think we're ready to
What I was asking the mayor.
Hold on, Mr. Charette. Hold
I was
on.
trying to separate the items, and that was my substitute motion was to separate.
But I didn't hear your substitute
Yeah, and
motion.
I will second that motion to separate.
To separate the integrity versus the trading of licenses.
Okay, all right. So to clarify, items 1 and 2 on this particular item, you want it separated from item 3. Is that right, Mr. Charette?
Yes, sir.
And a second by Councilman Nickel. Sir, is that right?
Yes.
Councilman Nickel? All right. There's a motion, a substitute now to separate it. I think let's call the roll on it to separate.
No, I've got a comment.
To separate the item?
About the separation of the items.
Go ahead, Mr. Mulvihill, and then we'll take the
Ex parte contacts. The applicant or its representative shall not attempt to contact or initiate. What about, residents that are supporting a particular project? I mean, this is dealing with cannabis, but I'm thinking in broad terms. What happens if a resident is very much supportive of in this case, a cannabis operation? Do we stop them? I mean, you listen to your residents, and often the business owners are your residents. So what's an ex parte contact with a resident that could be a business person or a resident who's supporting a business person? No, I think that, we should separate all 3 of them.
Well, I can go with that. I'll
hold on, Councilman Charette.
Change your motion.
I'll change my motion to
hold
separate
on, please. Mr. Charette, Mr. Mulvihill, you're out of order, and I'm asking you to please refrain from crosstalk and interrupting me as the presiding officer. We have a motion. We have a substitute motion by Councilman Charette and Councilman Nickel.
I withdraw my motion.
Very good. The motion stands by Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez and Councilmember Ibarra. Ms. City Clerk, could you please call the
But
roll?
it's a motion to separate all 3.
Yeah.
I'll raise a substitute motion that we separate all 3 items.
I second.
Okay. Now there is a alternate motion by Councilman Nickel with the support from Councilman Charette to separate all 3. Is there any discussion to the separation of the 3? If not, Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll on the separation of all 3.
Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez,
No.
Councilmember Ibarra.
Yeah.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes, and I do have some questions.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Nickel,
Yes.
Councilmember Richard,
Yes.
Councilmember Mulvihill.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Okay, the motion passes to now separate all 3 items independent of each other. And we'll open it up. Councilman Figueroa, sir, you had questions. Go ahead.
On the, I guess it's Exhibit A, the integrity standards. Number 1, the no ex parte contacts regarding the applicant or representatives shall not be making any contact. It's my understanding that I think there were at least 2 applicants who are residents of the city. So is it my understanding that that person then, if they have a streetlight issue or a pothole issue or some other city-related issue, that they're not allowed to contact the representative for that issue? So this is no contact at all? Or is this specific to just their application?
The city attorney, can you provide some help on that?
It is specific to applicants who are listed as commercial cannabis businesses. The ex parte contact is limited to them talking to the council about the application itself. And just so that you know, the reasoning for this is that each of the cases that have been filed against the city in our existing litigation make allegations as to these contacts creating an unfair environment. And so they've made these allegations. So that was the reason for recommending the ex parte contacts based on what some other cities are doing.
All right, thank you, Ms. City Attorney. So the items are now before you, folks. You have 3 separated items. Is there a motion?
I think Sandra has a question.
Mayor?
Councilmember, yes, go ahead. Councilmember Barr, go ahead.
Just want to make a quick comment. Yes, just a quick comment on part 1 where it says the no ex parte contacts. We're trying to streamline how business is conducted in our city. That's my understanding of it. So applicants should not be coming to us as council members. They should be going to our city staff. And I want our council members to realize we are not the ones that are going to be making the magic happen. We're only passing legislation here. We're approving contracts. We're not going to be handing a permit to somebody who meets with us. This has to go through our staff, not through us, the council members. I'm okay with not having any applicants contacting me. If they want to meet with me, they have to meet with the community they're affecting. That's where I stand. But that's my only comment I wanted to make on the no ex parte contact.
Okay, thank you for that commentary. Councilman Mulvihill, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, kind of counter what Councilman Ibarra just said. You know, often you disagree with the staff in terms of, I just had a recent project that the staff was thinking about denying, but it was a very good project, good for the city, good for the neighborhood. And so from my point of view, you know, you can't rely on this. Our backgrounds are all different. We have different perspectives on the economy, you know, regulations and standby, you know, traditions or whatever it happens to be. And the point is, we don't necessarily have to agree with staff. And so, and that's why I think it's important. The council person should be an advocate, either pro or con. They can differ. You know, this, what's coming up with regard to that plasma center. There's going to be difference in approaches to opinions on just what the impact of that's going to be. So again, I would just eliminate this ex parte contact because you need the information. Thank you.
And look, if I may
Councilman Mulvihill, have you concluded your remarks, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Please hold on, sir. You need to go through the chair and be respectful of other people. Councilman Sanchez?
I'm listening.
I'm asking you please to recognize the parliamentary procedures to be recognized on this meeting. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. So look, we will have an opportunity to hear them out, and that'll be in a public meeting where with the public invited to see how we make these decisions and what justifications we provide for picking one business over another. But the idea that we're going to make a deal, that we're going to get a $5,000 campaign contribution, and then suddenly we're going to be advocates for this business or that business is what's going on. And that's why we'll get to decide this. We're not just going to take the ranking or the list from the staff and have to apply them. These businesses will have to come before the council and we will decide this, but in a public forum. And then we may disagree with staff and we can decide at that time during that public forum to choose one over another or be in opposition to what the staff recommends. But making these deals in back rooms after you receive $5,000 or $3,000 from that
that's a different portion of this vote. That's a different. I'm talking just the contact right here.
All right.
Yeah. No, we'll be able to.
Councilman Mulvihill, one moment, please.
No, that's it. That was my rebuttal.
I'm just asking council members, please, no crosstalk. We'll recognize individual respective council members. Councilman Nickel, you've been recognized, sir. Go ahead. You've had your hand raised.
I believe there's an error on page 12. Item 2 that we are taking up should read adoption of resolution 2020-240. They've been switched. 2020-40 establishes the integrity standards. 2020-239 adopts the guidelines for exchange of micro businesses.
Typo.
Please make that correction because I don't want to be voting on something that I may not support.
Thank you.
Those resolution numbers are incorrect.
Okay. Mr. Field, if you could take note of that and appreciate that, staff. Councilman Nichols.
I want to make sure we know what we're voting on when we vote on 2 and we vote on 3.
All right, fair enough.
And the ex parte has to do with 20-240 440, not 2239. And that's not, we aren't voting on the ex parte right now, correct, Ms. City Attorney? We're just voting on the integrity standards in item 1 as it relates to the council, correct?
Yes, since the council decided to separate each one of these, what I was going to recommend just in terms of efficiency is it seemed to me that the council did not have issues with the guidelines for the exchange. So I was actually going to recommend that maybe you take action on that resolution first, make it clear that you've done so. That might be a good
approval
start.
on item number 3. Is there a second? Second by
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
And I would just like
Ms.
to
City
correct
Clerk. Thank you, Councilman Nichols. Let's go ahead and take a roll. We need to keep moving. On item number 3, let's please
Henry's comment.
please call the roll on item number 3. There's a motion and a second.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes, provided the numbers are correct on the resolution.
Councilmember Nickel,
I am voting yes on the exchange of commercial cannabis business license permit licenses for a micro business license type. Yes.
Councilmember Richard, Councilmember Richard, your vote.
Absent.
All right, absent, please proceed.
And Councilmember Mulvihill.
Yes.
And passes.
All right, Ms. City Attorney, you had a comment?
Yes. So then the other thing I want to make sure I'm helping you do this in order. The next item, if you were so inclined, would be to entertain the adoption of the ordinance. The ordinance does 2 things. The ordinance simply requires the city council members who are voting on approval of an application to disclose right before they vote who they've had communications with. That's what this ordinance does. It doesn't say you can't. This ordinance in subsection B says that you would disclose who has contacted you. Subsection A says that you will adopt a future resolution which will lay out the integrity standards you wish to apply to the applicants. So you could take action on this ordinance if you were so inclined. I will move
to approve.
Is that item number 1, the ordinance only, Mr.
Yes.
Nickel?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. A second by Councilman Charette. Did I get that right?
No.
Oh,
Theodore.
I'm sorry. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem as a second. Let's call a roll on item number 1. This is to approve the ordinance. Ms. City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes. Yes.
Member Figueroa.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Charette.
I need clarification from Sonia. This is just the ordinance that requires us to disclose. Has nothing to do with the applicant.
It would, with respect to the council, it would require you to disclose, and it would require you to adopt by separate resolution some integrity standards that would apply to the applicants.
Then I'll vote no.
All right, Ms. City Clerk, please continue.
Councilmember Nickel,
Yes.
Councilmember Richard,
Yes.
Councilmember Mulvihill.
I have to vote no also.
Motion passes.
All right, and the vote count was 5-2. Is that right, Ms. Rocha? Thank you. All right, that leaves on the table item number 2. Is there a sentiment to pass?
I move to approve.
I would like to move to table this item for now. I think it needs further revision. I'm very concerned about.
Second to table, no more discussion.
Yes, second.
Yeah, no more discussion.
Okay, second to table. And we'll
Second to approve it.
Second, well, the table prevails. And there's a second. Thank you, Councilmember Ibarra. The City Clerk, the motion is to table item number 2, the resolution portion of the integrity standards. If you please call the roll on that.
Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez,
No.
Councilmember Ibarra,
No.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Section number 2, is that the gifts?
Table.
It's integrity standards to table.
What specifically are we voting on? I know you keep saying the second one, number 2, but which
So
one?
what you're voting on is the ordinance that you just approved requires the council to adopt a resolution that would establish the integrity standards to apply to the applicants. And the motion is to table that resolution.
No.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Nickel,
Yes.
Councilmember Richard,
No.
Councilmember Mulvihill,
Yes.
and the motion to table does not pass.
What's the vote tally, ma'am? Miss Rocha, what's a vote tally?
4-3.
It's 4-3, 4 in opposition and 3 in favor.
So the noes prevail, and the motion back on the table is to adopt the resolution.
I move to approve and adopt the resolution. These are integrity standards to make sure that we're not playing favorites and that we can't take bribes.
Okay.
That's what this is.
Yeah, and if I may, Mayor.
Theodore, try
Yes.
bribing me.
Mr. Charette.
All right, maybe
please.
not you, but everyone
Mr.
else, all right?
Charette and Mr.
Not me
Sanchez.
either.
Mr. Sanchez, Mr. Charette, Mr. Mulvihill, I'm calling to your attention. The crosstalk needs to stop, please. Thank you. Councilman Nickel, please proceed.
Yeah, I have, I am not against integrity standards, but I think these, as they are written, raise very serious First Amendment issues. I think that we need to bring this back. I would like to continue this item to allow us for some further discussion and revision. But I can see right now, there's a very serious potential that this could be challenged on First Amendment grounds, among other grounds, that could cause us significant costs in terms of litigation and confusion in a process that's already very complex.
Second.
So Councilman Nickel, I don't.
Can I move to continue? Is that a
Move to continue. Okay.
Is that a
There's a
substitute
second by
motion to
Mulvihill.
continue? Can I continue this, please? Is that a
I
motion?
guess,
can raise?
guys, this is, we've been like 30 minutes. That's fine. It's your
All right.
prerogative.
I'd like to
That's
move
fine.
to continue.
That's
please.
fine, sir. All right. And Mulvihill seconds it.
Yes.
Some discussion on the continuance. If not, let's call a roll. Ms. Ibarra, is it germane to the continuance motion portion?
Right. Yes. Well, I just wanted to ask our city attorney. If there are any First Amendment concerns in there.
So
I wanted to
think-
hear her legal.
Yeah. Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt you. There's a little bit of delay on my side. Okay, so this has actually been really carefully crafted, and we have reviewed case law. Here is the difference, and I think it's a key difference. Councilmember Mulvihill made reference to it, I think because of his experience in land use. When the city council members sit and make legislation, when you're making land use decisions, you are legislators and you should be listening to members of your public, and you have full discretion to do any of that. But I think I've reminded you before, when the council members sit as judges, like maybe in an appeal, or they sit in this quasi-adjudicative role, in your role as a judge, you're not a legislator, you're a judge. And so like in the judges, like with all judges, you can't have ex-parte contacts with judges because they're supposed to only look at the facts. And these application procedures are set up because you're supposed to look at the application and all of the information as judges. You get to make the legislation when you adopt the rules and the application and what that's going to look like. But when you actually act on the application, like you would with a conditional use permit or something of that nature, you're making those findings. So I'm very confident that the no ex parte contact would be upheld. It would not be upheld if you were imposing this in the legislative arena, but because it's quasi adjudicative, then you can oppose it.
Okay.
Yes, if I may now.
Mayor Pro Tem, is it regarding the continuance motion?
Yes. So now we have no reason to continue because there is no First Amendment issue. This is because if we don't pass it today, it's because we don't want integrity standards applying to our process, which means that we want to keep our hands open and highest bidder gets a license. I'm asking please that we not do this and that we pass these integrity standards tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for that. Councilman Charette, sir, regarding the motion to continue.
No, I adamantly am offended at what my colleague has suggested. Adamantly offended. And this is a way to protect yourself from taking a bribe. Is that it? You're not
No, this is for everyone.
No, I don't need it. I don't need someone telling me.
All right, good. We'll make you an exception.
This is not funny, Theodore.
Yeah, but look, are you serious? Are you serious? You have no argument here.
Councilman Sanchez, you're out of order, sir. Councilman Sanchez, please refrain from interrupting. Mr. Charette, please proceed, sir.
I believe singling out one industry and changing the rules based on a couple of bad apples out of a barrel. And I think I know where you're going on this, but I don't. And I believe in integrity.
No, I know. I don't think you do.
I believe in transparency, and I believe in having integrity. Yes, I do, and I'm extremely offended at that, Theodore. I'm extremely offended, and I don't like it at all. And I don't want anyone that might be listening in to think that for 1 minute that I don't have integrity or that I'm against transparency or integrity. And I am against bribery and I'm against corruption more than anything. But I take great offense at the accusations you're making and the very broad statements you're making about your colleagues.
Councilman Charette, how about, can we vote, folks? We're here to vote. Mr. Nichols, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I think I wasn't clear, and it's my fault. But my First Amendment issue isn't with the ex parte communication. I completely agree with that. My First Amendment concern is with Section 3, where it says an applicant and its representatives shall not make, that's an absolute requirement. Now, we just talked about campaign limits at our last meeting. We set a limit, which will be based on the state limit. We adopted that. Now, item 3, second sentence, or the first sentence reads, an applicant and its representatives shall not make a campaign contribution. That's protected speech, according to our Supreme Court. Or loan of more than $250. Where does the $250 come from? What is the basis of that?
So if you'd like me to answer that, the $250 limitation came from some of the regulations that we see at the state level. The Fair Political Practices Commission has a similar restriction for some types of commissioners and board members that serve on regional boards. So we were trying to tie it to things that have already been reviewed and upheld.
Now, look, I'm okay with item 3. I'm okay with the disclosure requirements. I'm 100% for disclosure. But to put arbitrary limits, I think this opens us up. I think this is a potential problem. I think everything we get from anybody should and is disclosed. It is disclosed. If it's not, it's illegal.
It is.
Right. It is already disclosed. But I think to put this limitation on is opening us up for disparate treatment of a particular industry and particular individuals that doesn't apply to anybody else. And that's problematic to me.
All right, Mr. Nickel, does your motion still stand to continue?
I think we need to continue this.
All right.
I think we need to iron this out a little bit more. If we can take out that 250, I'm comfortable with this.
Well,
if it's going to stay in there, I've got real problems because this is disparate treatment of particular people in a particular industry or particular business that we aren't applying to anybody else.
All right.
I'd like to respond.
Mayor Pro Tem, we do need to move on. It's responding to.
But this is important. This is important. Right? We can talk about this a little longer. So.
Well, you have limited time, we're trying to pass. Please proceed. Go ahead.
So, what we're trying to implement today very much reflects a law that has been in place in California since the early 80s.
Not just
what
for
we're trying
treatment
to
of certain industries. No, it doesn't treat different industries separate.
Right.
It's either all or it's nothing. But you can't single out one industry and say, just because you're in this industry, we're going to.
All right, Councilman Nickel, please let's no crosstalk. Let's allow Councilman Sanchez to continue, and then we're going to take a vote here, folks. We got to move on.
Look, we should be deciding on the merits of the business proposal. There are some applicants who would have had a license already had it not been for us playing favorites in some cases, or in other cases there are some that have that were pushed back in the ranking because we played favorites. Because we played favorites.
All right, thank you.
We are bringing
members.
litigation upon us because we will
I agree
not.
on that, but that's a different
Councilman
issue than
Nickel,
disparate
please
treatment.
stop interrupting, sir.
That's it. That's all I have to say.
Councilman Nickel, please stop interrupting. Thank you. Councilman Sanchez, thank you. Ms. City Clerk, we're going to take a roll call. There's been a motion by Councilman Nickel, Councilmember Mulvihill supported. Call the roll on the continuance of the Integrity Standards Resolution, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez,
No.
Councilmember Ibarra,
No, I'll trust our lawyers, our attorneys. Thank you.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Yes.
Sorry, was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Shura,
Yes.
Councilmember Nickel,
Yes.
Councilmember Richard,
Yes.
Councilmember Mulvihill.
Yes.
The motion passes 5-2.
Okay, staff, you have direction on the continuance of that item, and we'll wait for staff to present it at a future council meeting. Moving on to item number 3, the policy and procedure for written public comments. You have the recommendation and the backup report to you, and I will recognize our city clerk, please, if you please proceed with your staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Before you tonight is a staff report for your consideration regarding a policy on procedure for written public comments. At the September 16, 2020 Mayor and City Council meeting, after considerable discussion regarding whether or not public comments submitted to the mayor or individual council members should be read aloud by staff or elected officials, the city clerk was directed to bring an item before the city council to consider a policy regarding the reading of written comments. Staff has provided background regarding the following in your agenda packet. Actions taken in 2018 by the mayor and city council related to public comments covered under resolution 2018-89 and ordinance number 1478. The agenda cover page from the April 18, 2018 mayor and city council meeting, updated by the elected city clerk, which states the language that the written public comments submitted will not be read out loud by the city clerk. And with the COVID pandemic and the executive order issued by Governor Newsom relaxing the Brown Act public meeting requirements, staff had to quickly devise a plan to allow public comments to continue to be submitted. That language is reflected on the agenda cover page for the April 1st, 2020 meeting. Most recently, the language was updated in September to provide a detailed overview of the information to the public on the public comment process and deadlines. Although the COVID-19 notice states that the written public comments will not be read out loud, it has not changed the established regulations for public comments and testimony regarding the time limits set for public comments adopted by Resolution 2018-89 or the process for submitting written public comments. No formal action has been taken by the Mayor and City Council regarding the reading of written public comments. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought this matter to light since the opportunity to provide in-person public comments has been temporarily suspended due to in-person meetings being on hold. Should the Mayor and City Council wish to take such action, staff strongly recommends that careful consideration be taken into account to ensure a fair and equal process for all members of the public, so that meetings will run in an effective and efficient manner. In keeping with best practices, staff recommends no written public comments should be read into the record by the city clerk. In the alternative, that no public comment should be read into the record. In the alternative, all written public comments should be read into the record by the city clerk. The practice of reading some and not others puts the mayors and city council in the position of choosing which should be read out loud and which should not. This could result in allegations of unfairness and bias. In deciding whether to require the city clerk to read all written comments into the record, the mayor and city council should consider the following. Members of the public who wish to be heard have an option. They may leave a voicemail comment on any matter. The time to read all written public comments will likely be substantial, adding additional time and staff costs to every meeting. Staff will need to determine some method to fairly address the time limit for written comments. Note that it is possible some members of the public will complain that the clerk has read the comments too fast or too slow. Furthermore, staff recommends that all comments received be sent to the city clerk to be recorded into the record. And a recent poll conducted on the city clerk's listserv regarding the public comment protocols during the COVID-19 pandemic showed that of the 19 agencies that responded, 7 of the agencies do not read written public comments into the record for the sake of time. However, comments are included in the meeting record and are provided to the mayor and city council before the meeting. Those that do read written comments into the record have set word counts varying from 250 to 500 words, follow the same time limit given for verbal public comments, or have enacted an overall time limit for public participation. The amount of written comments received per meeting has varied between 4 and 120 over the past 6 months. In conclusion, it's recommended that the mayor and city council review, discuss, and provide direction to staff regarding a formal policy on the procedure for written public comments received for the mayor and city council meeting. And I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. City Clerk. My question for you, the 7 of 18 that you polled, 7 of the 18 actually read their public comments into the record. Is that right?
7 of the 19 polled did not read their public comments into the record.
So the balance did read it into the record? Mm-hmm. And of the balance, in comparison, what's the population size and what's the, I want to make sure that we have good apples to apples versus apples to orange comparisons. If it's only 4 or 5 public comments and a city of 10,000, we're quite a big city here. So I just want to make sure, maybe you can research that. We'll open it up to council members. The recommendation is before you. We have a good policy already. I think we don't want to discourage public input, public insight, public suggestions. We have the mediums and modicums today technologically to email those to the city clerk. She's done a great job about inserting them into the public record and providing them to us prior to the meeting. The background really was more of policy decision for you. Do we read every letter that we receive as council members? The other consideration is, should we just forward them on to the city clerk and she would include them as part of the record without necessarily highlighting or reading any one of the particular written comments? So these are some policy conversations. The guardrails are, we want to ensure that we have equal treatment and that there's equitable opportunity for all residents to provide comments. Councilman Nick, I don't know, I'm sorry. Councilman Nickel, Councilman Charette will then continue, and then Councilmember Barr. Go ahead, Councilman Nickel.
All right. Well, first, I want clarity. Section 309 of our charter specifically states the council shall establish by ordinance the time, place, and the method of calling meetings, the rules of order for the conduct of the proceedings by the council, which I assume would include public comment and the rules for public comment, and then the order of succession. So it's very clear in our charter what needs to happen here. We need an ordinance, and we need to establish the conduct of proceedings of this council. It's not a policy decision. It's not just a vote. We have to enact an ordinance. That's the process that's been established in section 309 of our charter. And this was discussed at length by the charter committee to make sure that the council and mayor had full oversight of the proceedings, not unelected people, the council and mayor. And with that, I would just refer back to the April 18th, 2018 agenda. And if you look at the bullet points there, if you look at the 5th bullet point on that agenda, it includes all who wish to speak, including council members and staff. Now, I have a specific member of my constituency who can't speak anymore. This individual can't hear. She can't call in. She's asked me to read items into the agenda occasionally or into the public comment. She has a right to be heard. Her message shouldn't be buried in unread public comment. She has an absolute right to be heard. And I, as her council member, have an obligation to ensure she is heard. So all I would ask, I'm all for reasonable requirements to make sure that comments are received prior to the 4 o'clock deadline. That's reasonable. We as council members, if we choose to read into the record a public comment from one of our constituents, I think we have an obligation to notify the city clerk to make sure that that is added to the process of having those public comments heard. But we cannot be denying the public its right to be heard simply because they can't call in or they wish to remain anonymous. That is also allowed under our Brown Act. So all I would say is let's get back to the procedures that we had in 2018 and just follow the rules. The other thing I think we do need to maybe get some control over, and I've seen it in several council meetings now during public comment, are these scripted public comments, where we'll have 20 or 30 that are effectively the exact same comment. And to me, that's filibustering the public's time. And I think that we should be able to put some reasonable controls on that. I'll leave it to my colleagues and collectively as a council to determine if we should do that. But I think we as council members have an absolute obligation, if necessary, to read the comments of our constituents into the record. And I think we need to allow for that.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Nickel. Council Member Charette, sir, go ahead.
I agree generally with everything you said. I also am curious about the 7 of 19. 7 of 19 didn't read them in. That means that 12 did, and I don't see a problem with again it being read. I don't want to read in repetition, as you said, a scripted phone call or a scripted 10 of the same thing, and we've had that happen. And I think we ought to be able, but I think the biggest issue here is really, if I have a constituent that calls me and says, I'd like you to read this into the record, I feel like whether they can hear, talk, speak English or Spanish or whatever, if they ask me to read something into the record, I feel like I have an obligation to read it into the record, period. And without any, and stay within the 3 minutes and be cut off at the 3-minute mark. And I think that was the biggest issue that we came up against. I did quickly glance through the writtens today. I think there were about 8, at least when I looked at it, there were really only about 8 or so. And I think 2 or 3 of them were repetitious. And I think that we could go through and separate the ones that are repetitious and read one and say that this was covered by 4 people. And we're reading the script from one, and that the ones that are not, they could be read into the record. We talk about time. We meet once every 2 weeks, and if we need to meet longer, then we either need to start earlier or meet longer. And the COVID thing too. It's very serious, and we need to deal with it. but it's going to go away at some point in time. We're changing the rules based on some COVID issues and the Zoom and being separated and not having the public able to come to the meetings. So I think I don't think it's fair that just because of COVID we kind of shirk our duty and say, well, you just send them in and they'll just go into a file, and if people want to read them, fine. If they don't, they go kind of unread. I think someone just used that term. They go into a file and get unread unless we all take the time to go in there. But is the public going in there and reading those? I know they all have the ability to, but public comments got way out of hand in our community for a long time. And I think we came up with a reasonable 3-minute limit, and we stopped all the pulling of items from the agenda and speaking 3 minutes on every one. And I think we owe it to the public to let them be read into the record aloud, so that people that don't have access to a laptop or don't have access to reading them should be able to. So I certainly I'm willing to look at all options, but I think that number one, I don't want to be silenced if I have 10 constituents send me a letter. Now, if there's repetitious on it, I'll tell them I'm not going to do it. But if it's 10 different items, I'm going to read them all in if they ask me
to. Thank you, Councilman Charette. Councilmember Barr, I see you, ma'am. Just a moment. I want to just kind of do a quick recap here. Councilman Nickel, you talked about anonymity and the disability issues. There are provisions within our standards to contact the city clerk for any of those disability issues. Regarding the anonymity, certainly I respect that, but there is provisions now for members of the council or of the public to call in and record and not provide their name and block their number and still leave a message for the city council. Regarding Councilman Charette, you talked about how do we, or the scripting, and then you later suggested that you would be the arbitrator to determine which to read and which not to read. That's certainly, it's subjective in nature and it's not fair in the process.
That's not exactly what I said.
Okay, well,
that's not exactly what I said.
That's my, well,
I would tell anyone that sent
Councilman Charette, it's my time, sir. Please stop interrupting me. Thank you. And so I don't think this is to stymie input, folks. This is, I guess it's maybe your take on a city council meeting, but you're here to vote on policy issues and business matters of the city. And we have a deep admiration and a deep respect for public input. I certainly do. As a councilman, I certainly had that privilege to encourage people to come to council meeting and share their thoughts and ideas. But I'm not in favor of meeting necessarily any longer than we have to and starting sooner. There are 4 of the 7 council members that currently have full-time jobs. This is not a full-time position. And furthermore, we are here to conduct city business. This is not a general public comment portion where we're just open mic. We have to conduct the business of the city to move policies and procedures forward that will welcome economic investment and business opportunities, as well as other sundry items that affect the city council. So just my perspective. Councilmember Barra, please proceed.
Sorry, I was muted. We do currently have resolution number 2018-89, and that is on page 40 of our packet. Is the council thinking of changing the rules that we currently have? Because right now, I think the issue was, Mayor, that there was a public comment that one of us was asked to read out loud for them. That doesn't happen often on my end, and that doesn't happen often on my colleagues either. When we have a constituent that asks that we read their comment for them, I would like to be able to read their comments. And yes, and I think before what we used to have is a timer, make sure that those comments stay below the 3 minutes. On page 40, if anybody would like to follow with me, rule number 1, it says public comment shall be received on a first come, first served basis. If the presiding officer, in this case would be the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, determines that the meeting or hearing may be lengthy or complicated, the presiding officer may, in his or her discretion, modify these rules, including the time limits stated below. That in itself is giving our mayor that discretion, whether or not we can read them, especially if we have a lot of recorded comments and we have written comments as well. The last item I want to point out, rule number 5 on page 41, time limits. So we're giving everybody not to exceed the 3 minutes. It doesn't say that they have to be written or they have to be recorded. That's the one thing that is not there. Mayor, all we want is that if we do have a member of the public that sends us an email and they request that we read it out loud for them during our meeting or public comment section, that you allow us those 3 minutes to read their comment for them. That's all we're asking for, and that didn't happen at the last council meeting. You did cut off one of our colleagues who was reading a comment that he was requested to read out loud. Maybe that person wasn't able to call it in, and they wanted, like Councilmember Nickel mentioned, they wanted to be heard. We've had other members of the community reading and translating for other members of the community as well. And that's all we're asking for, that if we are given a public comment in an email and requested to read it for them, and I've had that happen, that we be allowed those 3 minutes for their voice to be heard as well. That's what we're trying to get to. Right now, we're not asking the city clerk to read every single written comment that she's receiving. That is not what we're asking for, and that's how this came across to us. It's just those constituents who want us to read their comment to be read out loud. That's it. Thank you. You're muted, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Barra. So I respect what you said. I want to remain on point. This is, we're trying to conduct efficiencies. This is ultimately a policy decision that the City Council will take action tonight. It's your prerogative. You have that right to amend the rules. But Ms. City Clerk, let's get into the rabbit trail and the minutia of some of the on parity points. Let's talk about that, because one council meeting we had, I think it was 94 written comments. 94 written comments. Yes. Philosophically, would it be unfair for us to allow 1 or 2 council members, because they received an email version and asked for it to be read? How does then those 2 comments, how do they jump the line of the 94 that wrote a letter and submitted it, and it's part of the file? And how do we address this so that there's equality and parity? Do we then read all 94 letters and the 2 or 3 that come through the request of the council? That's for your consideration, council, because
I have a comment too, Mr. Mayor.
We need to also ensure of some of those spillover unintended consequences. So, Ms. City Attorney, what are your thoughts on that?
I just want to mention a few things to the council as you make this decision. First, want to echo again and again and again that it is about transparency and allowing your constituents and business partners to be heard. With respect to people who submit comments who are not able to speak, maybe not able to type, and they're asking for their comments to be read, our agenda does require us to accommodate anyone's disability, right, and they should contact the city clerk. I think it's a good idea for disabled people to make that contact so that we have a consistent record. And that way, in case we get any ADA claims, we have them going into one particular place. With respect to timing, if the council says, yes, we do want to allow each other to read comments, I would just highly recommend that when the council member reads the comment, they say, I received this written communication prior to the 4 o'clock deadline. I think that's something Councilmember Nickel also stressed. 2 additional things. I think we need to be careful about what communications are. Today, when this resolution was adopted and we talked about public comment, I think we were talking about live comment where someone walked up to a microphone. Today, people make comments in writing. You know what? We also know that people make comments via text messages. So remember what we're talking about. Does that mean that if someone sends you a text message at 1:45 and they ask you to read it, will you be reading those? And then finally, I do believe that what concerns me most, and this is something for you to really consider, you cannot pick and choose what you want to read or not. So if you do open up this door and say, we will read when we're requested, what if 150 people send you their comments, Councilmember X, and say, I want my comments to be read tonight? And so I think those are some of the issues that you need to balance. I understand why you're currently reading comments. It makes total sense. I think particularly Mr. Nickel made a great example of where someone has come to him, but I need to make sure that you enforce the rules. So if you do open it up, will you want to read the same comment over and over again because someone has asked you to read it? And what if they don't even live in the city? So there's all these like questions that come up with equality. So whatever your decision is, I want to help you make it even and apply to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. City Attorney. Just as a reminder, we will provide feedback to the City Attorney and Rob Phil unless we really sense we want to have a motion tonight. But I think we're trying to gather and provide direction so that ultimately something comes back to us, maybe next council meeting or whenever. But just kind of food for thought, council members. I don't know if we'll solve the problem all tonight, but we will talk as much as we need to about this, and then we have other agenda items tonight. Councilman Nichols, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Councilman Mulvihill had his hand up before me.
Go ahead, Councilman Mulvihill.
Actually, I'm going to echo Councilwoman Ibarra's. In terms of transparency, if we receive a comment from a constituent that would like to have it read, we've never had any problems with that. We've been reading these things for years. And so I don't think there should be any restriction on a councilman, if requested, to read a constituent's note on in a council meeting that should be able to take place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mulvihill. The other leadership opportunity we might consider is council members. You have a lot of influence to converse with that particular constituent that has given you this request, and you can share with them the idea of our protocols, and you can walk them through some options on the phone and share with them how this might be able still to be part of the record and yet have their item remain as part of the public record. So there are alternatives. I don't think there is a, I'm trying to manage a business meeting and the demands of a huge agenda and a big city of 65 square miles and almost 225,000 or whatever the last census is. So just remember those implications. Councilman Nichols, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just request, I think the proper approach to this is to amend the ordinance and to bring back an amendment. I would ask that we add that council members may read into the record written public comments received that will be subject to the same deadlines and time limitations that any other public comment will be subject to. In regard to my earlier comment, that constituent has also made it clear to me that our meetings are not able to be understood and transcribed easily, especially on Zoom, because of the way Zoom works and the way this ends up being, there's a lot of crosstalk. And I think to the mayor's point, when we crosstalk, it makes it very difficult for the hearing impaired or those that are non-English speaking that rely on translations. It can really disrupt and create disorder in terms of their ability to participate in our public meetings. So I've been asked, in addition to the public comment item, which I think we can address in the ordinance, that if staff could look into, I think Zoom does have some services, if we continue to use Zoom into the future, that allow for some transcription, because they do feel like they're shut out now. And I've got that from a number of constituents that are both non-English speaking and that are hearing impaired. So just as a side note, but I think if we can bring back that amendment to the ordinance that just adds to it an additional rule that council members may read into or may read written public comments, subject again to the same time limitations and notice requirements, that we be allowed to do that.
Councilmember Nickel, how about members of the legislative body? So if
That's
I
fine.
have,
Yeah, I think you should have that right too.
If I have a
Absolutely.
comment that
Yes.
I've been requested to read,
Yes.
why shut out my residents, right? So
100%.
On parity point, your point would be mayor and city council members.
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
very good. With that clarify, and that's resolution 2018-89, is that right, sir? That you're saying?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Staff is
Or-
taking notes.
Well, it was a resolution, but my understanding, does it need to be in the form of an ordinance, Miss City Attorney, consistent with the charter?
I believe it should. The charter says you'll adopt the ordinance. You do have an ordinance. It's chapter 2.58 of your municipal code. So you
Okay.
have complied with the charter. So maybe we should amend chapter 2.58 to add
Okay,
this.
whatever the process is to make sure we're consistent with the charter. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Richard, Councilmember, please, you have some comments?
Yes, I just wanted to piggyback on our city attorney. I'm glad that she mentioned it. We have to, I just wanted to make sure we were always being mindful of being ADA compliant. There's times when there's certain people that they cannot call in. And so those are the things that we need to be looking out for. And I'm glad that she mentioned it before I had a chance to. So those were my comments.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't think we have clearly, Henry, part of your, I didn't hear a sense that, how do we address the 94 or the 179 written emails? Are we also going to read those?
Well, I think that's a separate matter. I think if we clarify that the mayor or the legislative body may read into the record public comments. Now, if an individual submits a written comment and they approach one of us to read into it, then we would be obligated then to notify the city clerk. And my understanding is under the rules, you, mayor, as chair, you have the discretion to cut down on excessive numbers of public comment if necessary. So I think there's the ability within the rules to give some discretion if it gets to be excessive. But I think, certainly if it's 60, I think we've had this discussion in the past, 60 or 90-minute cutoffs. And I think that's reasonable. We shouldn't filibuster. We shouldn't use this as a way of derailing our meetings or otherwise. I think there's reasonable ways to do this, but I think the legislative body should have the right and the ability to read in public comment within reasonable guardrails.
So I hear you out, Councilman Nickel. I think Ms. City Attorney, I'd like if this passes tonight, it'll come back before us for our review and consideration, more talk. But sometimes council members overrule the presiding officer, and you guys.
Well, we have that right. Yeah,
I understand that.
We have that right too.
Councilman Nickel, I get that. Please, if you would allow me to continue my thought here without interruption, I appreciate it. My particular point is that there might be a recommendation here. Every time the city council has had the opportunity to overrule me on public comments, you guys do it. And we have 2 to 3 hours. I remember the instances in which you've done that to me as mayor. And so it's nice thought, Henry, but we don't do it. We don't live it. We don't practice it. And we don't experience Because then all of a sudden the argument becomes, well, we want to hear the public. Okay.
Right. If the legislative body wants
Hold
to
on,
hear 5
Councilman.
hours of public comment, we do it
Councilman
through
Nichol,
majority
you're
vote.
not
We
recognized,
can.
sir. Please stop interrupting me. Thank you. So I think Ms. City Attorney, provide some analysis on how to proceed with that would be my recommendation when you come back and bring that back before the council.
I will. We will draft the language that you've recommended, but I will also be providing you with the legal analysis because I just so that you know, I think that using the word may is somewhat problematic.
I think so.
Because it could present viewpoint. It's not viewpoint neutral.
Correct.
And so any of the regulations you make for on constitutional grounds have to be viewpoint neutral. So I don't think it was intentional when you use the word may, but it really suggests that the council members get to pick and choose based on the content or the message, and we'll want to be able to address that in whatever policy we bring back. But I'll work with the city manager and the city clerk, make sure it's defensible. But I think we understand where you're coming from.
Councilmember Ibarra, did you have a comment, ma'am? No. All right, we're ready.
I'm good.
I think we can move on, folks. They have enough to begin to work. Thank you, council members. Appreciate it. Item number 4, this is a resolution establishing the Measure S Citizens Oversight Committee, and I will turn it over to Mr. Field.
Okay, thank you. Actually, Rebecca Kramer is going to give the staff report. I should note, though, that we did have a very productive meeting of the Measure Z committee just last week, or Monday rather. So they gave us some pretty clear reactions, which I think were generally supportive. But I'll let Rebecca give you a little bit more of a description and also lead us to the recommended outcome here. So, Rebecca.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. The item before you this evening is the adoption of a resolution establishing the Measure S Citizens Oversight Committee roles and responsibility, as well as the establishment of the Measure S expenditure policy guidelines should the measure pass in November. As you will recall, at the council workshop that we held on September 23rd, we had a robust discussion with the mayor and council and reviewed the policies that are presented this evening for adoption. At that time, we received your feedback and made sure that that was incorporated for presentation to the Measure Z committee that was presented on this Monday, October the 5th. Mitch, next slide. Actually, the third slide in is where we're at. Staff updated the policies to include the council's stipulation that the committee meet at least on a quarterly basis. And following a review on October 5th, the Measure Z committee, as Mr. Fields indicated, approved both policies as presented with no recommended changes. Next slide. So, with that, our recommendation this evening is the mayor and council proceed with adopting resolution number 2020-248, which establishes the Measure S Citizens Oversight Committee, and the adoption of resolution number 2020-249, which establishes the Measure S expenditure policy, again, should Measure S pass in November. And with that, I'd welcome any questions if you have them.
Does this just need a motion to?
I'll move it.
I'll move that we establish the committee.
I'm raising my hand.
Okay, that's great. Let's move it. There's a motion and a second by Fred and Henry. Councilmember Ibarra, go ahead.
Yes. How can we guarantee that these meetings will take place? Usually, I believe they were under the prerogative of the city manager to call these meetings. My understanding when I came on board in 2019 was the city manager would have that discretion of calling committees to meet. So how can we guarantee that they will have those quarterly meetings and their annual expenditure meetings?
So
I think in essence, I mean, if it's in the policy, we don't even have the option of not scheduling them. So we will schedule them.
Okay, because we had that for Measure Z and that didn't happen the last 2 years.
I think this is a little bit more strongly worded, and it's also more frequent. It calls for quarterly meetings, and so I can tell you that our intention is absolutely to follow the guidance provided to us by the council, and in conformance with the proposed policy that was already approved by the Measure Z committee. So.
Okay, I just want to make sure that there is a guarantee that no matter who the city manager is in the future, that these meetings happen as they are in this resolution. That's all I'm trying to make sure that we have that in place as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Barra. I think you have that assurance from our city manager. Mr. Nickel, go ahead.
Yeah, what would be the timeline to select the members of this committee if we got to that?
So the resolution stipulates that the Measure Z committee, if Measure S passes, would transition into the Measure S committee. So you would already have your current appointed members. Obviously, as the mayor and council, you always have discretion over who is appointed, and you also could replace a member, but that would just be an automatic so that you had an established.
So just to be clear, if Measure S passes, Measure Z goes away the next day. That's how it works?
It will transition into the Measure S committee. The Measure Z committee, as it currently stands, still has responsibilities to report on the Measure Z expenditures as was required. So they will still serve that function, but they will officially be the Measure S committee.
So they'll serve two functions then, the old Measure Z and the new Measure S.
Yes, just to finish out their responsibilities for Measure Z as that transitions.
Councilman Charette?
I, with all due respect to the members of the Measure Z, and I don't currently have a member right now, so it's easy for me to appoint a new member. I think we should dissolve Measure Z, let them finish out their responsibilities, and appoint a completely new council, if a new committee. If people, if my colleagues want to keep their Measure Z member and reappoint them to Measure S, then all well and good. As I say, I'm in a situation where I currently don't have a Measure Z. My member resigned, and I haven't filled that vacancy, and really don't intend to fill it until after the election. So I don't support letting them just roll over. I support having them come to Measure Z coming to an end, and if Measure S passes, establish a brand new committee with everything new.
Thank you, Councilman. We're ready to vote, I think. Let's go ahead and call the roll on this, please, Ms. City Clerk.
May I get clarification on who was the mover and who was the second?
Henry and Fred.
And Mr. Nickel was the...
I'll be the second.
Okay.
Fred was a mover.
Yeah, I moved it, but again, are we voting to do what Rebecca just indicated that we just measured?
It's in there. I would just, if I may, Mayor.
Yes.
Go ahead, Henry.
Well, I would just say I think it's sort of a moot point. I think it's the council members' discretion. If they have somebody else they wish to appoint, we can. I don't necessarily disagree with you, Council Member Charette. I think Measure S is quite a bit different from Measure Z. And I'll be honest, I may review whether or not we appoint someone else from our ward, but I think it should be left to the council members' discretion.
All right, Ms. City Clerk, call the roll. Call the roll, please. We're ready to vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Nickel?
Yes.
Councilmember Richard?
Yes.
And Councilmember Mulvihill?
Yes.
Item passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. City Clerk. This is the public hearing portion of tonight's calendar. Item number 5, resolution adopting mitigated negative declaration. And the motion is there before you. But before we do, I'll ask the City Clerk, please, to read into the record the title of the ordinance, MC 1546, please.
Ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, approving Development Code Amendment, Zoning Map Amendment 19-08 to change the zoning district classification from public park to industrial light of 3 parcels, APN numbers 0281-151-05107, 08, and 09, containing a total of approximately 13.97 acres pursuant to a mitigated negative declaration.
Thank you very much. I now open this hearing at approximately 10:20 p.m. I understand, Mr. Field, there is an administrative matter, and I'll recognize you, sir, on that particular matter that's come before us in just these last moments. Or is it Mr. Huntley regarding the staff's recommendations to continue?
Yes, we have received a late comment, but within the deadline. And so, yeah, I'll kick it over to Mike to explain what these most recent developments are, along with Oliver. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Field. The item before the council tonight, we had actually scheduled the public hearing associated with this particular item that was approved by the Planning Commission. Early, or I should say late in the afternoon, the city did receive some additional comments associated with the environmental document that was prepared for this item. It came from the Gabrielino Indian tribe as part of the environmental review. We are required to have native consultations with them. Since these comments came in so late in the afternoon, we wanted to make sure that the applicant and the city and also our legal counsel had a chance to review those documents first. So with that, at this particular point, we are recommending this item be continued for 2 weeks to allow us to be able to review the documents that were submitted, look at these for incorporation within the environmental doc, talk to the applicant about those, and then at that point, we'll come back to City Council with potentially these documents being incorporated into the environmental document. Before I close, Oliver, was there anything else that we needed to mention?
No, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. That pretty much does cover it. We just wanted some time to finalize the documents, as Michael Huntley had indicated. So that's really all that we are. I think our presentation was complete.
Okay, thank you, staff. I will point to the city clerk. I know that we've had several individuals been afforded the opportunity to provide their public comments. Do we have any additional public comment cards that you'd like to recognize, Ms. City Clerk, tonight?
No, we do not.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion to continue.
Well, I'd like to hear from the developer.
Hold on.
Maybe hear him out in this hearing.
Hold on, please. There's a motion to continue the item that's before us by the Councilmember Figueroa with a second by Charette, based upon staff recommendation. Councilman Sanchez, you had comment?
And this is a public hearing. Can we afford an opportunity to developer to speak on this issue?
The item is being asked to be continued. So motion to that effect. I think we should just probably proceed to continue the item.
I mean, what are we trying to vet here? We're trying to vet the letter from the Indian tribe?
Yes, that is correct. So as part of the public comment period associated with an environmental document, we do allow for comments to come in all the way up until the public hearing, which is tonight. Unfortunately, we didn't get the comments from the Gabrielino tribe until, we'll say, 2 to 3 p.m. this afternoon. And because of that, I want to make sure we get a chance to take a look at their comments, make sure the comments are consistent with the project, and that there's nothing substantial that we need to be concerned about associated with it. City's legal counsel has not had a chance to go through those comments at this particular point. And, all things being equal, I think would be beneficial to everyone to continue for 2 weeks, let everyone vet it, make sure we're all on the same page. And then, like I indicated, what will happen is those comments will most likely be incorporated into the final environmental doc, which will be part of the record you will review at the next meeting.
All right. Thank you. Ms. City Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Please call the roll to continue this matter.
Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Nickel,
Yes.
Councilmember Richard,
Yes.
and Councilmember Mobejo.
Yes.
Item passes unanimously.
Thank you. The item has, I'm just going to do a little housekeeping here. The item was heard and we had the deliberations, closing the public hearing at approximately 10:24 p.m. and the motion as announced by the city clerk to continue. Item number 6, moving on to the ordinance approving Development Code Amendment 20-01. This is the social service facilities, and this is an important item that the council has taken leadership on it. And this time I'll ask the city clerk, please, to read into the record the title of ordinance MC 1548.
Ordinance of the Mayor and the City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, approving Development Code Amendment 20
Members, if you could please mute your lines, members. We're hearing some feedback. Thank you.
Development Code Amendment 20-01, amending Section 19.02.050 definitions and the Section 19.04030 2T development standards, social service uses centers of the City of San Bernardino Development Code Title 19 to update standards for social service facilities and finding Development Code Amendment 20-01 exempt from review under the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. I open the public hearing of this item at 10:26 p.m. Could I please get a staff report on this item?
Yeah, this again is an item coming out of the Department of Community and Economic Development, and the presentation will be made by Mike Huntley. So, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Field. So Travis Martin is a case planner. He'll do the presentation. Actually, Oliver Mojica is our planning manager. He'll also be available to answer questions once we're done. I do want to mention quickly that staff has spent some time working on this over the last 6 to 7 months. We have done some outreach to the neighborhood associations. They appear to be content with our changes. And with that, Travis, if you could fill in the blanks.
Thank you, Michael. All right, as noted, item number 6 this evening is Development Code Amendment 2001. This is specifically pertaining to social service facilities. Next slide, please. As the council is aware, this and as Michael had alluded to, this has been going on since just late last year. Back in December of 2019, because of some issues that arose with standards and definitions for social service facilities, Council did adopt a temporary moratorium prohibiting their establishment within a distance of 750 feet from any residentially zoned property in the city, and subsequently that was extended in January of this year. Next slide, please. So what we have done in this time, we really kind of stepped back, took a large look at this entire section and what's come up with the discussions of the community. And between staff's review, the input of the council, and the input of the neighborhood at large, or the neighborhoods within the city, we came up with 4 major areas where there were issues or opportunities to correct the existing section of our code. Those specifically were the definitions being a little unclear for what would be a social service, distancing requirements from sensitive uses within the city, the traffic impacts of these types of facilities, and then whether or not, what type of permit is required, whether or not it's a conditional use permit. Next slide, please. Based off of those 4 key areas, we looked at what types of changes would be applicable to addressing those. As going in order, firstly with the definitions, we currently just have a single definition for what a social service use is. What we felt going through this, that it was really going to be better served if we could expand upon those. So what we're proposing with this amendment is establishing a new definition for social services, just so we understand what those are, what they can entail, and then establishing the definitions for 2 different types of facilities, both your just social service facilities, which would be more of your office-based uses, kind of just open during the daytime, and then your residential facilities where people may be kept on site for any type of additional treatment. For distancing, we looked at existing distancing requirements in our code, specifically for alcohol. There's already standards established in that for distancing from sensitive uses, schools, places of public assembly, such as churches, other types of community facilities, things of that sort. That was established at 500 feet. We thought that was appropriate to remain consistent with that. As far as traffic impacts, we looked at just limiting the access for these facilities and where they can be located to frontage along major, secondary, and collector arterials only. That would keep them focused away from any neighborhoods where you may have local streets, so that we aren't unintentionally routing traffic down those streets. And then lastly, we really wanted to clarify the requirements for a conditional use permit for these facilities. As we've proposed it in the amendment this evening, anything that involves a residential component would be a CUP no matter what. And then for those non-residential facilities, just the office-based uses, we had proposed a distance of 750 feet from a residentially zoned parcel. Anything outside of that 750 feet would not require the CUP. It would just be permitted as a right. And anything within that distance was going to be a conditional use permit. We felt that was consistent with the direction and the distancing requirements that the council had established in their urgency ordinance. However, when we did move forward to the Planning Commission, based off some comment from some of the neighbors to one of the facilities within the city, they had proposed a 1,000-foot distance. The commission thought that was more appropriate, so the ordinance in front of you has been amended accordingly. Next slide, please. Additionally, once we got past the kind of the key areas that we gathered based off our communication with city staff and the neighborhoods, we looked at a couple other areas we felt could use a little bit of clarification as far as what would be required of these facilities operationally. One of those specifically was hours of operation. Currently, we don't establish specific hours, so we were looking at limiting it just to 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. unless, based on a case-by-case basis, if the Planning Commission, through their CUP, determined that other hours, either more restrictive or less restrictive, would be appropriate, they would be able to do so. Another one was limiting food and goods distribution, especially in facilities, where you may not want a lot of people congregating, maybe closer to residential. And then the other one was establishing clear requirements for a management plan that would be required as part of the CUP application. That would go into things such as capacity of the facility, on-site management with contact information, and then an established security plan for the facilities. Next slide, please. And actually, with that, that will conclude my presentation. We are requesting this evening, I see it looks like a omission, the ordinance number is not in front of us on the slide, but we are recommending to introduce this for the first reading and schedule our second reading for the next meeting for October 21st. With that, I will open it up to any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, staff. Ms. City Clerk, do we have any public comments on this matter?
No, we do not.
Does anyone else wish to speak on this item? If not, is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Motion by Sanchez and Nickel, and we're ready to vote, guys. Go ahead, Sandra.
Yes, question for Travis or Michael Huntley. Is there anywhere we can add that developer that is seeking permits or approvals from the city disclose whether or not they have already applied for a specific use for the permit they're requesting or the project? I know a little history that I can provide is, for example, the TAB building. The application that the constituents got a hold of was very vague, and it turned out that developer did already have a contract in place of what they were going to build, and they weren't very specific. Is there something that we can do on the application side to prevent this from happening again? Because they were presented as an office was going to be built there, but it wasn't specific to what it was.
Yeah, I realize I'm looking back at the actual exhibit for the ordinance, and I realize it wasn't a bullet in my presentation, but in the section for the management plan that we'll now require, one of the items is specifically for a description of the services provided. So I believe that may actually address your question. They would have to get into some type of operational detail, what their intention is with the facility to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. City Clerk, can you call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
thank you. Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Nickel,
Gladly, yes.
Councilmember Richard, Councilmember Richard, making her absent, and Councilmember Mulvihill.
Yes.
Okay, the item passes. Great work, staff and city council members. This is good leadership on behalf of our city. We needed this. It's good work, guys. Pats on the back to everybody.
Thank you.
I close the hearing, and by the way, at 10:35 p.m. tonight. Sorry for that last minute oversight on my part. Item number 7 is resolution approving the vacation of a alleyway east of Scenic Drive. This is in the 3rd district. Public hearing opens at approximately 10:36 p.m. tonight. And Mr. Field, can I get a staff report on the item, please?
Indeed, yes. This is within the purview of the Department of Public Works, and we're going to hear from Chris Jensen now. So, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Actually, this public hearing tonight is going to be presented to you by our city engineer, Mr. Alex Pishta.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. The item before you tonight is the proposed alley vacation. That's a portion of alley of Scenic Drive. And the applicant for this project is Mr. Ed Haddad. And the reason for the request is the properties abutting the alley are owned by one owner, and the owner have submitted plans to construct a service station at the corner of Inland Center Drive and Scenic Drive. And in order for project to commence, an alley vacation is required to complete the proposed development. The next is just basically the exhibit of showing you the properties and the alley that need to be vacated. And like we mentioned, both of the properties on either side of the alley is owned by the same owner. The next slide is just an aerial view of the project and where it's going to happen. That is on the corner of Inland Center Drive and Scenic Drive. So the proposed alley vacation is consistent with the general plan. The Planning Commission concludes the proposed vacation is categorically exempt from CEQA, and there is no significant impact to the environment. The utilities company were notified, and there is no easement were requested. Notice of this hearing was posted and published and mailed to the surrounding property owners. That concludes my staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, staff. Is there any public comment cards?
No, there are not any.
Okay,
No.
thank you. I'm now closing the hearing at 10:38 p.m. There's a motion by Councilman Sanchez with the second by
Second.
Mulvihill for approval. And Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Pratt,
Yes.
Councilmember Nickel,
Yes.
Councilmember Richard, and Councilmember Mulvihill.
Yes.
Thank you. The item passes.
All right, thank you. Item number 8, Mr. Field.
Okay, again, an item for Public Works. And so Chris Jensen will be presenting on this as well. Chris.
Sure. So this item actually is not a public hearing. It was intended to be a consent calendar item, and I think that we just had it placed in the wrong section here. I can just tell you very quickly that this item is related to a request that was received by the San Bernardino Municipal Water Department for provision of sewer services to a property that's actually just outside of our city limits. We have these come in frequently when we've got areas that might be annexed into our city in the future, and we have services available near the property. So in order for the city to be able to provide those services, we actually have to submit an application as the city to LAFCO, have them bless our agreement to do that, and then we actually enter into an irrevocable agreement to annex, which basically has that property owner promising to agree to annex into the city in a future annex proceeding in that area. So this is really just a simple item. It should have been on the consent calendar. So
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Nickel with a second by
Second.
Fred Charette. Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll on this matter, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
I think you called my name, yes.
yes, I did. Thank you. Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Nickel,
Yes.
okay. Councilmember Richard. I believe Councilmember Richard is no longer.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilmember Movejo.
Yes.
One passes.
All right, thank you very much. Item number 8 passes. Thank you. Item number 9, the appeal of 20-01 for conditional use permit 20-08, the BioLife Plasma Donation Facility located at 2065 East Highland Avenue. This is proposed, should be proposed at 2065 East Highland Avenue. I'm opening the public hearing tonight at approximately 10:41 p.m. Could I please get a staff report on this item?
Yes.
You like it there?
Well, yeah, I think.
There?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. If members could please mute their lines. Thank you. Please proceed, staff.
Okay, thank you. Yes, this is an appeal of a conditional use permit for the BioLife Plasma Donation Facility. We are going to have a staff report first from Mike Huntley, Community and Economic Development, but I believe there will be some participation in this discussion. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Field. Oliver Mahica, the city's planning manager, will go through the PowerPoint presentation, and once we're completed, really at that point, this is an appeal item before council. Then we'll let the mayor kind of dictate the next process as part of the appeal. So, Oliver.
Yes, thank you, Michael, and guest members of the mayor and city council. Yes, if we can go to the next slide, please. As indicated, there was a plasma donation facility that was proposed and approved by the Planning Commission. Next slide, please. Yeah, just kind of an outline of the facility. So they collect the plasma, and they accommodate approximately 36 beds in the facility. They also have somewhere between 50 and 80 employees with various work schedules throughout the week. So this is not total number of employees at one time. This is a total number that they will employ, and they'll be dispersed, with their appropriate schedules. And there's full training for the staff. Again, want to make a distinction. This is a lot different than a blood donation facility where you just wander in and donate blood and get your orange juice and cookies. It's a little bit more extensive than that. So there's a screening process. So the donors are required to provide their proof of residency, ID, medical screening. So there's a process that they have to go through before they actually go and donate their plasma. It's also my understanding that it's a rather lengthy process, more than just your typical blood donation where they stick a needle and pull blood out. So it's a lot longer process. And the operations will be Monday through Saturday from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. and they'll be open on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. This is showing a location of the facility. It's on the corner of Highland and Sterling. It's on the southeast corner. And this is showing an aerial of the site. So this is a center that's been there for quite a while. They and it's made up of multiple parcels with separate ownerships. And so the highlighted area in red is the ownership of the individual or the applicant for the Plasma Center. I will also note on this slide, and by way of a little bit of background, and I'll elaborate maybe a little bit later. If you notice on the top of the center there's an indication that there's a Wells Fargo ATM. This is an older exhibit, an older aerial. There currently now is in that place, there is a Starbucks drive-through, and there's also a Wendy's drive-through restaurant there. In order to accommodate those, the Wells Fargo was demolished, and approximately 38 of the existing parking spaces were eliminated. And that was approved back in February of 2019. Next slide, please. These are some pictures that are going to be looking at the site. So that's the location of the Plasma Center deep in the corner there, where you can see the banner that's there at the right in the center of the slide. Next slide, please. Again, more shots. It's your standard commercial center with a variety of primarily there's a lot of fast food restaurants or kind of takeout restaurants, I should say, in the center. Next, please. Again, another shot looking straight from the Sterling, looking eastward. Next, please. This is an overview of the site plan showing the parking lot, and on the lower right-hand corner, you can see kind of superimposed the floor plan of the Plasma Center there, so you can see how it would be situated within the project site. Next slide, please. This is an exploded view of the floor plan. You can see in the center is where what we'll call the beds for those that are donating their plasma. Those are the stations where the operation will occur, and then you have the back offices for processing and such. Next slide, please. So this item went to the Planning Commission, and we presented a recommendation that the Planning Commission approve it. It was approved with the 5-1 vote, and they adopted the resolution for the conditional use permit. Next slide, please. If we may back up maybe for 1 second, please. As I indicated, there was a previous application that approved the Wendy's and the Starbucks restaurant. This is an older center, and when that application came in, the center would not meet today's off-street parking requirements based on the square footages and such. We had asked the applicant at that time to do an extensive parking study where they went out over the course of a week or so each day and different time periods, so that they could monitor how many cars were actually being utilized. And they also did an analysis and a breakdown of all the uses that were there, the existing businesses. And so we did an exhaustive parking evaluation so that we can recommend approval to the Planning Commission of that Starbucks and Wendy's, and to substantiate that the parking would be adequate. We did a minor exception that allowed for the reduction of the parking stalls that went from approximately, I believe it was a total of 38 spaces that were reduced. It went from like 600 to like 500 and change. And so that was back then. So we sort of established a parking criteria or established, kind of what the parking would be for that center, and felt that it would be adequate. And so when this application came in, we felt that the Plasma Center would be in line with the off-street parking that would be required for that particular use. Again, we're taking raw square footages and office space, and so we concluded that there would be enough parking. If you recall, if we may go back onto one of the site plan, please. I think it was like four or five slides back. Like, okay, right here. So So there, the parking, if you recall, I'm sorry, on the aerial that was earlier, there was a red highlighted area that showed where the right there. That's the property, and so there is a reciprocal, and then there's we'll call it some allotted, or there's some parking stalls within that red highlighted area. I will note that there is a reciprocal parking agreement. So those of the donation of the plasma center are not restricted to park just in those stalls. Just as if you went to Cárdenas, you would be able to, wherever you could find an open parking spot. And so through the reciprocal parking and access agreement, customers of all the businesses are free to utilize all the entire parking lot, not just restricted to one particular area. So I just wanted to note that so that you're aware of kind of how the parking is going to be utilized. After the Planning Commission's approval of this item, we did receive an appeal from the other owners of the center. As I mentioned, there's multiple owners of the site, and so the other owners had filed an appeal for this item. We've nothing has changed in our analysis. They believe that both the appellant and the original applicant, they are both with us. They both have presentations. That concludes my report. Our recommendation is that we uphold the Planning Commission's action on this item and deny the appeal, thus approving the conditional use permit. I would be glad to answer any questions of the city council members, and like I mentioned, the applicants and the appellant are both with us this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hold on, please. I got a script to read. Ms. City Clerk, do we have any public comment cards?
So the public comments on this item were provided to you by email earlier today, and I have received 3 requests to speak for this item.
Okay, if you would please allow them in, and let's go ahead and hear their testimony, and then we'll open it up to council members.
Okay, I have them on the line. Just one moment. You have 3 minutes. Okay, just 1 second.
Whenever you say go, I will start.
You can go.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and the City Council members. My name is Sami Sirit, and I'm one of the owners of inline stores within the impact area at the shopping center. When we invested in this shopping center 20 years ago, with our life savings as 2 engineers, husband and wife, we never thought we had to wait 19 years to see the plaza to flourish to what it is now, a major center serving many families. When we bought the inline stores, they were 60% vacant. And within 2 years, all 3 anchor tenants closed down, and the shopping center looked like a ghost town. And after 19 years of painful ups and downs, the shopping center survived, bringing Cárdenas, Starbucks, and Wendy's brimming with families. This is a very large shopping center built on 13 acres of land. When you count the parking spots, God knows we have more than enough parking. The problem is, at any given time on west side of the plaza, there's always plenty of parking. But east side of the plaza, it's always full. If you take the average, traffic studies will show there is plenty of parking. BioLife wants the only building available on the east side of the plaza, where there is no parking. If they were another Joanne Fabric, the former tenant, with 8 to 10 employees and 12 to 15 customers at any given time, we would love it. But they want to bring 60 to 80 employees that will serve more than 300 clients daily, with each client parking minimum 2 hours in the plaza. And this will happen all in the eastern side, where parking is already full. Before deciding on this CUP, I urge the city council members to park their cars in the western side of the plaza and walk to the eastern side of the plaza, even on a nice spring day, not when it's raining or not when it's 100 degrees, on a nice day, and see if available parking on the western side of the plaza has anything to do with the eastern side. They are too far apart. I assure you, council members, some of these mom and pop stores on the inline stores on the eastern side will go out of business when they move in, because similar stores provide similar services at the plaza across the street. Frustrated with parking, their clients will just leave and go across the street for similar services. Maybe a potential solution. If blood bank curtails their operations to the level that it won't cause mom and pop stores to close down, we will cooperate. If blood bank reduces their number of beds to say 15 and employee count to 20,
Mr.
maybe we
Surratt,
can all.
Mr.
Yes.
Surratt, your time is up. I'm sorry.
Can I have 10 more seconds, ma'am?
Mayor, that's up to you.
Yeah, please proceed and finalize it, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I need 15 more seconds. If blood bank reduces their number of beds to say 15 and employee count to 20, maybe we can all compromise. But if they come in like a tsunami and take over 25% of the total parking spots available for the 8% of the overall buildings they occupy, because they did a traffic study and there is parking on the western side, this will have a tsunami effect to mom and pop owned stores on the eastern side of the plaza. I request City Council to delay their decision and request a modified traffic study for the eastern part of the plaza, not to devastate mom and pop stores on the
Mr.
eastern
Surratt,
side.
your time is up, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Surratt. Ms. City Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Just one moment while I dial to the
I am also the City Council members. My name is Handan Surit. I am the co-owner of the inline stores in Highline Plaza. I urge the City Council not to approve a permit for a blood bank at Highline Plaza. Please pause and reject this permit. Require the blood bank to disclose and offset all their impacts to this community. What is this proposed blood bank in a retail shopping center? It is a 36-bed blood bank operating 7 days a week in a 12,000 square feet space. It is an 800-pound gorilla in a 200-pound space. Blood bank is identified as BioLife. Who is BioLife? BioLife is owned by a Japanese international pharmaceutical company operating in 7 countries worldwide. BioLife takes plasma from the blood and sends it worldwide to make medicine. They don't distribute blood locally. Blood leaves the community, state, and possibly the nation. They develop procedures to harvest blood from a donor twice a week versus a current practice of once a week. They can pay any amount they wish to a donor to harvest the blood. What is the impact? Our non-profit banks, Red Cross, LifeStream, that are located in San Bernardino, they will suffer. They will not be able to compete with this private for-profit blood bank. Red Cross and LifeStream collects and distributes blood to local hospitals and medical centers. They do not send blood overseas. They are desperate. They are in desperate need for blood. BioLife's impact to community blood supply should be studied and disclosed. BioLife does not pay any sales tax or any other tax as the city residents, property owners, and businesses pay to support city and community services such as police, fire. We contribute to schools, parks. BioLife will not. City services will be provided free to BioLife, subsidy of the other taxpayers. BioLife should pay their fair share based on millions they will profit from the pennies they pay to this community to harvest the blood. City deserves better and should be paid for these services. BioLife claims city benefits from their business because they bring jobs and they pay to donors when their donor will spend it in the community as their contribution. This is not a benefit to the community. This is making people pay for their sales tax on minimum earnings they receive on BioLife's behalf. Require BioLife to study these impacts to the plaza and the community. Negotiate with BioLife for benefits to the city for the services they will receive. Thank you for your consideration. I am also available via Zoom. Thank you, your staff, for giving me that opportunity. If you have any further questions, thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next and final public speaker, the city clerk.
Yes, just one moment.
Yeah, hello.
Okay, you can start.
All right, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. You've heard tonight the opposition.
Just a moment. I'm sorry. Okay, let's try this again.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you very much again, and hopefully this time you can hear something. At any rate, tonight we've heard several parties in opposition to this proposed blood bank. The applicant, of course, is putting in what's actually turning out to be a huge parking demand.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Would the caller please identify themselves?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, my name is Von Hakeman, and I'm one of the owners of the Cardenas supermarket land and their landlord, and also the owner of the Starbucks project and Wendy's project that was just built out on the street on East Island. So at any rate, tonight we've heard from Cardenas and also from the owners that we just heard of the shop buildings. You've also heard members from the general public speaking and questioning as to the benefits of this proposed blood bank to the city. And you've been presented in your papers with a petition in opposition to the CUP, which was signed by 80% of the shop tenants, which are small businesses. And as you can imagine, with your meetings that go all night, getting 80% of people to agree on anything is a tough job sometimes. At any rate, all of these tenants, big and small, will be seriously impacted by this blood bank. The blood bank needs and demands further study, an appropriate study, with a minimum of a full parking and traffic circulation study, which should be required. They also mention the idea of parking in the rear of the store, which should be investigated with particular concerns for the truck turning radius for Cardenas and their big delivery trucks, which have to deliver to the rear of their building. So we would again urge the council to deny this CUP for a blood bank. The use is way too parking intensive for this corner location. There's no showing of its benefit to the city, and there has to be a weighing of the harm caused to the existing businesses, which this council owes an obligation to act responsibly for. And also in closing, I'd like to just mention that I just noticed the pictures of the staff showed. In every one of those pictures, there's already parking in use in front of this proposed blood bank. All those cars are parking for the other tenants. And where are the other hundreds and hundreds of cars? In my earlier comments today, I think we calculated there's going to be 330 people per day coming here to this blood bank, parking for 1.5 hours per procedure. They got 36 beds and another 30 employees in there. I mean, the thing is not going to out. But anyway, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Hagan.
Okay, thank you. I'm now closing the public hearing at approximately 11:04 p.m. For deliberation and action. It's now before you, council members. There's a motion. Is there a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. And any questions or comments? Councilman Mulvihill, sir, go ahead.
I have some questions for Oliver. Oliver, are you there someplace?
I'm here.
Okay.
I am here, yes.
Now, one of the couple of the aspects that these people have got to have an address in the city. They've got to bring some sort of a water bill or something like that with them to this.
I don't think that there's specifics that they have to, when it says proof of residency, that's to, frankly, that's to prevent someone homeless, you know. So one of the concerns, again, the mention keeps a blood bank. Typically a blood bank, you could just walk in off the street and there you go, right? There's, you know, if you're breathing, they'll take your blood. And in this particular case, you have to show that you're, you know, there's some residency somewhere. So a driver's license or something that shows that you're you know, not a homeless person wandering in.
Yeah, that's the point I want to get at. You have to show some sort of proof that you've got a residence.
That's correct.
Also, you have to have an appointment.
Correct.
Now, are those part of the conditions?
Well, it would be because that's part of their application, yes.
So those are part of the conditions?
Yes.
Now, getting back, it looks at, you know, one of the major problems is the parking. What is the parking situation?
In terms of, well, we drove out there today, took a look at it, and there was, you know, I think it was like midday, a little before noontime, and so there seemed, I think the parking lot was maybe a third or 25%, you know, filled, and that was today, and so you know, in terms of the demand at this use, yes, so you know when we have applicants come in, you know, how many customers or patients or those kind of things, we always plan for what I'll call the worst case scenario, or maybe the best case scenario. You know, we want businesses to be successful, and so if you were successful in the perfect setting, what would your customer base be? And so based on that, it's estimated their capacity would be somewhere around 300 over the course of the day. Now, keep in mind that there's only 36 beds, so that 300 will be dispersed over the period of the day. You know, so you know, there may be a little bit of an overlap of a few customers or such, but you know, maybe at most there's 40, 45. You know, because there's some signing and all that kind of thing going on. Likewise with the employees, you know, the maximum is going to be a total of 50 to 80. And again, people will be working in shifts and things. And so, you know, that's why we felt that there was going to be, you know, based on their operation and their estimates of the patients, I'll call the patients or customers coming in and their employees, we felt that there was adequate parking. And, you know, like I said earlier, there is a reciprocal parking agreement. So, you know, they can park anywhere. They're not limited to parking like right in front of their store or in a particular location.
Last question. Now I believe there's 8 owners to this shopping center.
I'm not sure what the total is, but there's multiple, but I don't think there's 8 separate parcels. I think there's dual ownership of individual parcels.
How many owners are actually appealing this?
Well, there was only one ownership that was listed on the application, my understanding. But when I spoke to some of the other property owners, they were indicated that, you know, they were being represented by the individual that filed the appeal.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mulvihill. There's a motion for approval, and we have Councilmember Ibarra. Question or comment? Please go ahead.
Question for Oliver. Oliver, how many parking spaces did you have in that red square?
Oh, gosh, I
On the
believe
aerial?
it looks like there's about 30 or so there.
Because I thought I had count. Yeah, I'm counting about 15 to 20 in there. Just wanted to make sure. With them bringing in, let's say in an hour, 36 people that are going to be there minimum 2 hours. I do have a concern. I have been in that shopping center. Now that they, is the Starbucks and the Wendy's, are they fully operating right now, or they're still being built?
They are operating. They're open.
They're operating.
Yes.
And you're saying that even with them being open, there's plenty of parking still?
There's still plenty of parking, considering that Starbucks and Wendy's are primarily drive-through. And again, I did want to point out that they are not limited, the Plasma Center, they are not limited to park within that spread, with the red highlighted area. You know, so they could, they're even though that's just where their property line is.
Mr. Mojica, Ms. Ibarra, you had some traffic questions. I just want to alert, we do have the applicant and his team here to address any of those traffic engineering issues or the parking space issues. Mr. Monville, would you please introduce briefly and address the parking issues?
Certainly, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Lou Monville, representing the applicant. We do have a full presentation on the project, but I recognize you have the late hour, you have a motion on the floor to approve staff's recommendation, which we support. So what I'll do is give the floor to our traffic engineer, and if you'd like to ask any other questions related to BioLife, how they operate, how we function, we'd be happy to serve those, but I do want to be mindful of the late hour. So let me give the floor to my colleague Jose with Urban Crossroads.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council, and thank you very much for this opportunity to provide you with some information regarding parking. Again, my name is Jose Alire. I'm a registered traffic engineer with the state of California, and I work for the firm of Urban Crossroads. And we were brought aboard to evaluate parking for this center. Now, one of the first things we did was we reviewed the traffic study that was conducted in 2019 for the shopping center related to the Wendy's and Starbucks project. And under our analysis and review of that, we concurred with the findings of it, just as city staff has, and wanted to mention that as part of the entitlement process for the Wendy's and Starbucks, that center started with 659 spaces. The development of the Wendy's and Starbucks resulted in the elimination of 78 parking spaces, leaving 581 parking spaces, and that's per the report itself. I know there was a different number thrown out earlier, but that's directly from the report. And that 581 parking spaces was deemed to meet city requirements. Now, another section of that parking study also evaluated what is called a shared parking analysis, which Mr. Mojica indicated was done and a primary focus of decision-making here. But what they did was they collected data over a 3-day period, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday during normal business hours of the center. And that study, that analysis showed that there was approximately a 50% vacancy in parking spots during the worst peak hour or the busiest time during those times. Now, there's other times of the day that there'll be more vacancies. So that is the most conservative, the highest parking demand for the center. And that still showed a 50% vacancy with approximately 200 parking spaces available. Now, Urban Crossroads, what we did was we took that parking information that was collected and we focused on 2 zones. And there's a zone map that's shown in the parking study, and that's these 2 areas are the most closest, most adjacent to our site here. And the reason we focused on those is most people generally will try to park as close as possible to their destination, to where they want to do business, to minimize their distance going back and forth through their vehicle. And in these 2 zones, during that worst peak hour, there were approximately 74 spaces available that were free and clear, not being used. The other thing that we did as well is per the parking code, we calculated and agreed with city staff that for this site itself, just the building where the BioLife will occupy, that requires 47 parking spaces. And as I noted the number earlier, 74 parking spaces that were free and clear, that can easily be accommodated in that area. Additionally, we looked at the lease agreement, and in that lease agreement, it allows the BioLife facility to have 59 parking spaces. So with that, I'd just like to recap here that the BioLife gets the 47 spaces. There are 74 spaces immediately available in that area. There's still a lot more left in the center, and they're entitled to 59 spaces per the lease.
Thank you, Mr. Leary.
Hopefully that answers some questions for you, and I'd be happy to answer any more that you may have on parking.
Thank you, Mr. Leary. Ms. Ibarra, does that conclude your remarks?
No, yeah, I'm still concerned about the parking. I mean, we have those small restaurants there too. Tacos Arandas, Beijing, Barbecue, O'Reilly's. These are places that are fairly small, and usually their customers will go in and all they need is a quick in and out, half an hour time to an hour. And then if we have, I have a plasma donation center near me off of Highland Avenue, Highland and I believe D Street, a little past D Street. They have their own parking lot. I believe Livestream has their own as well. Could the applicant try to apply somewhere else where they have their own secluded parking that it won't interfere with other small businesses like this one? Just an idea, a thought. I mean, I have a lot of medical offices available on Waterman. That whole corridor is for medical offices. I think that would be a better location for them than in the shopping center that they're proposing their project. That's where I'm coming from. I happen to know a lot of those small businesses. I've shopped there several times, and I myself sometimes do struggle with parking, especially when they're having those long hours. It concerns me from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and then Sunday again from 9 to 5, I believe is what I saw on the presentation. So, I mean, that would be a question for the applicant. Have you looked at other possible locations where you would have your own parking and not have to have, let's say, your clients or customers parking at the other end because this is close to the stores that the other client or customers are going to? Just a question if the applicants or the representative's still there.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Monville, if you could address the question by the council member.
So we've looked at multiple locations all throughout the city. BioLife is actively expanding in the Inland Empire. They've now received approvals from the city of Corona, the city of Riverside, the city of Moreno Valley, the city of Rialto, and the city of Pomona. San Bernardino is kind of next in our pipeline. We've looked at multiple locations. And actually what you'll find is commonly our facilities are very similar to this. Existing shopping centers with existing traffic that are frankly overparked, similar to this one. And as the data shows, this has more than adequate parking to accommodate both our neighbors and our uses. And we're very excited about being here in the city of San Bernardino.
All right, thank you, Mr. Monville. We have a motion and a second. Are there any further comments? If not, yes.
Monville, you mentioned the study for the parking traffic study. It was a Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, or what were those days again? And what dates did that study take place?
It was Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday.
What calendar dates?
What month you mean?
November 7, 8, and 9.
Of 20.
7, 8, and 10. November.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that COVID had no impact on your study here. So it was prior to this would have been at its full use, not after a closure without the gym being closed down.
Yes,
so
and as you ramped up into the holidays.
I just wanted to make sure of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. City Clerk, please, let's go ahead and go Let's call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
No.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Nickel,
Yes.
Councilmember Richard. I'm sorry, she's absent from the meeting. And Councilmember Mulvihill.
Yes.
The item passes.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. And
Thank
thank
you.
you to our public comment portion. We appreciate you. Moving on.
John,
to the next item.
John, let me interrupt you. I'm going to be leaving. I'm feeling very sick, so I'm going to be heading out.
Okay, thank you, sir. I hope you feel better tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, you've scheduled me to be at the Legal California Cities Conference, so I've been here for about the last 16 hours looking at this screen, so.
Okay, good night, sir. Thank you. Moving on to item number 10, imposing liens on certain parcels of real property for uncollected business registration fees. I'm opening this public hearing at approximately 11:20 p.m. Could I get a staff report? I hear a motion for approval.
Second.
And a second by Sanchez. Motion by Ibarra. And if there's no comments, first off, comments, any public comments?
No, there are not any.
Okay, I'm now closing the public hearing at 11:20 p.m. For deliberation, and we have a motion by Ibarra, second by Sanchez. Call the roll, please, Ms. City Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Nickel,
Yes.
Councilmember Richard is absent, and Councilmember Mulvihill is absent as well. The motion passes.
Okay, consent calendar items. Started off with Councilman Sanchez. Any polls tonight?
No, no polls.
Councilmember Barra,
No polls.
Councilmember Figueroa, Councilmember Charette,
None.
Councilmember Nickel.
None.
Is there a motion for
Move to
the?
approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All right. Motion by Sanchez and Nickel. Call the roll, Ms. City Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Nickel,
Yes.
and Councilmember Richard and Mulvihill are absent.
Okay, thank you. Any items to be referred to committee?
We have the emergency item, just a reminder.
Oh, my
Yeah.
apologies, Councilman Nickel. Sir, you have the floor. What do you want to do here?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we put a stop on any further stockpiling activity or other activity at the Oxbow site until staff has had the time to look into the matters that were discussed earlier, specifically the bonding, the zoning, the testing of the crushed material, the permitting, the processing and mitigation measures involved in the crushing operations that are being proposed, but more specifically, whether or not even crushing is appropriate for that area, given it's a residential neighborhood.
Councilman Nickel, I'm going to be a little bit facetious here. Are you willing to pay for the reapplication of a CUP? I mean, I'm a question for Mr. Huntley. Is this, I think you covered it pretty well, Councilman Nickel, but does this somehow interfere with that process on a CUP or the Planning Commission's movement on this?
I don't think Planning Commission's involved in this.
No,
Okay.
you're correct. They are not.
So it's all administrative counterforms that they're submitting. Okay, got it. Ms. City Attorney, does this somehow, I get where you're going with it, Henry. I'm not trying to, I just want to know for future reference, how does this I want parity. I want any councilman who has this particular issue in their particular ward. I just don't want to set a precedent. So where I'm going with this is this unfair? Because we already have a process in place and now we're burdening the developer to go above and beyond to satisfy some of this. I know that Councilman Nichols' direction is to staff, but does this provide undue additional cost to the developer? I mean, he's seemingly sounds like he's satisfied the basic permitting process.
I do think that, we should listen to staff. If we have a permit that's been issued, I think there's a difference between a council member simply requesting that we put stop to certain work, or that we, take a pause, or that we take enforcement action. I think there's a difference between that and imposing all sorts of new conditions, which I do think in that case need to be vetted by staff, both to see that they comply with the rules and they actually will achieve what the council member is trying to achieve.
Yeah, the biggest concern is public health and safety. Crushing operations were never anticipated when this project was first proposed in 2019. There's very serious concerns about the public health and safety effects of this type of operation this is residentially zoned property, just so you know. This is not commercial, this is not industrial, and there's a plan now to begin a major aggregate crushing operation in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Over 35,000 tons of concrete. That's a lot of concrete. And that's going to have a major effect on that community up there now that we're in the windy season. And we still haven't received assurances in terms of what mitigation measures are going to take place. And we haven't received assurances that they're even bonded. I mean, if this project falls through, what surety do we have that the city's not going to be left holding the bag on a site that's, essentially become a concrete dump? There's a lot of concerns here.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Charette, you've had your hand up, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't disagree with where Henry's going on this and the concerns of the neighborhood, but I have a concern of, again, approving something and Mr. Nickel has made comments that it wasn't approved for this and it wasn't approved for that. And if that's the case, then certainly it seems that we would have the right to stop and take a breather and look into this. My question really is of Michael Huntley and of the city attorney about whether we're in jeopardy of creating a hardship on this developer that's gone through a process and gotten up to here, and then we all of a sudden put the brakes on it. And I just want to be sure of our position. If we can do that without fair litigation, of course anyone can sue anybody for anything, but without the fear of creating some sort of a damages to the developer, if they've gone through a process, we've approved it, and now in the middle of the road or the middle of the game, we change the rules. Mike or Sonia, can either of you comment on that?
Sure. So just to provide a little more background for the city council. So this is one of a number of new residential subdivisions up in the hillside in the Vertimont area. And for the council's benefit, a lot of these projects were approved, 10, 12, even 15 years ago. So they've been approved tentative maps. And what I'll refer to as the Oxbow project, which is what we're talking about. That's the current owner, operator, and developer of this site. So as they started, so the city did issue a temporary use permit for stockpiling. We did issue overload permits to haul up and dump on the property. And what the intent was to actually stockpile, and then what they would do is grind and then incorporate that concrete into the grading activities on the property, right? So the community has had concerns, and Chris Jensen and I attended last Saturday's meeting up the Vertimont area with the Councilmember Nichols, and we heard a lot of the concerns from the residents. And what we're doing right now is we continue to do fact finding, looking at these older entitlements, reviewing the conditions and mitigation measures, checking with the applicant to make sure they've provided all the appropriate documentations to the city. And we're currently in that process. So as far as stockpiling, they are done with stockpiling. So then the next step would actually be the grinding on the site. So really at this point, we heed the concerns of the community as well as the council member, and we're putting all those facts together, at which point we will sit down with the city attorney's office and of course our city manager, Rob Field, discuss all of the facts associated with that, and then based on that, make the appropriate decision under these particular circumstances for this developer. So really, we are continuing to do the fact finding. Actually, Ms. Jensen and I have spent a lot of time on this, a lot of research, and we have a lot of good information so far, but we need, there were so many concerns brought up at last Saturday's meeting. We want to make sure we can address those concerns. I don't know, Chris.
Let me just ask a question. So is there any activity occurring on the site right now? You said the stockpiling was complete, so they've transferred the materials and it's simply sitting there on the site?
Correct. So the only other activities that will occur on site is maintaining the dust levels. So my understanding is all the equipment's gone, and because they've stockpiled, it's now their obligation to make sure they reduce the dust levels.
But they will not be grinding until you make the finding that it's safe and it's done in accordance with all of your permits.
Correct. And before they start to grind, I know that the community had some concerns about the quality of the concrete on the site. And before they start that particular part, we're actually getting all the appropriate documentation to ensure that the materials that have been moved on site are clean and appropriate to use in grading activities for that site.
So would it be appropriate at this time to at least issue them some type of written order that says you've finished your stockpiling? The only thing you're authorized to do until you hear from us further is to control the dust. That way we might give the constituents and the council members some assurances that nothing further will be done.
Correct. And so yes, we can definitely do that. I know there's also been a email sent to the developer from the city engineer that has indicated to them that the temporary use permit is strictly for the stockpiling and not for the crushing of it. So they're already aware of that particular issue. We had a meeting with them on Tuesday and we shared the same comments with them at that point as well. So we have emailed them and verbalized that to them, but we could again put it in written format too, if you'd like.
So they really don't, so that allows us tonight to take an action to not go any further with this until we get further information.
Correct.
Without any real fear of damages to them. I think you've answered my question. I'm not.
Okay. Mr. City Manager, can you opine, and what are some solutions you may have administratively, and what's your thoughts on bringing this back to council?
I'd like to be able to, I don't know if we make this a standing item or something, but bring it back in 2 weeks with an update. We need to, my sense of this is that we need to continue to make progress in getting towards, getting through the process so that we can resolve this issue sooner rather than later. So I think we can be prepared as, on the staff level to bring progress, a progress report forward at the next meeting, and see where we can go from there. We have been working very closely with Oxbow and have made, I would characterize as pretty significant progress, although there's a lot left to be done. Mike's right. We're not looking at permitting the crushing until the grading permit's issued, and that is, that's an action that's not yet taken place. So we would benefit all of us from a little bit more clarity on this and some, the ability to provide some reassurance to the residents of the immediate area. So I would like to suggest that staff bring back a comprehensive report on status and next steps at the next council meeting, if that's okay. If we're going to be holding them off for the time being, which seems appropriate. So.
Okay, council, you've heard from our city manager, his commitment to bring this back immediately next council meeting. I think we have enough direction provided. Councilman Nickel, is that satisfied?
Yeah, just one last thing. Yeah. I think what I would also like to do, just to make sure in the future, we have a good sense of if and when this type, because I anticipate we're going to have more development in that area. A lot of that area does require fill, but what our guidelines are in terms of stockpiling, bonding this type of an operation, and on-site processing. Clearly, there's going to be a detrimental impact when you're crushing material in a residential neighborhood. And this is the first time I've come across it as a council member. Typically, this material is crushed at an intermediate site, at an aggregate facility or other facility, and then that crushed material is then brought to the site. But to bring unprocessed material to a site and then process it in a residential neighborhood is something that I personally haven't seen since I've been on the council. And it does raise concern with me. So maybe we need to develop some guidelines and policies to make sure that this type of activity either doesn't take place or that we revise the way this process takes place in the future.
We understand. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Huntley, I don't want to beat this up too much. I think Mr. Fields made a commitment to bring it back. The development code and building code standards allow for it in our city for on-site crushing, and you've done a very good job at trying to intervene here, and we appreciate your staff for doing their job. Let's let staff do their job. We'll be the policymakers. I think, Rob, you got direction. You're ready to come back next council meeting. And
just one quick comment, if I might, just real quick. So I also want to give kudos to Chris Jensen and her staff. Yep. Really, at the end of the day, land development and our NPDS folks have been out there pretty much every day and usually 3 times a day. So yep. Chris Jensen's staff's really been on it and making sure that they're keeping track of it. So.
And on parity, I represent 65 square miles, Henry. So on parity, all wards, all residents, every neighborhood deserves this, not just particular Agreed. Wards, not Agreed. Just particular neighborhoods, not just more what seems or appears to be in our subjective nature. Affluence should not affect it. We want to remain committed to our residents, and public safety, public health is important in all wards of this city, and I'll make sure that we have parity and equity on this and all matters pertaining to our city. So thank you, Councilman Nickel. We appreciate you. All right. Is this relating to this topic, Councilmember Barra? Okay, well, just we're going to close this particular matter. Thank you. Let's move on to our final portion, items to be referred to committee. Councilmember Barra, do you have any comments? Go ahead.
Yes, this will be for our city manager, Mr. Rob. If we can start looking into opening up an RFP for a 3P for the public-private partnership for the animal shelter, that'd be great to bring back to the council soon.
We will gladly initiate that process.
Thank you.
Is there any objections
That's all.
to that? Any objections? None heard. Okay, thank you, council members. I think we're done here. Meeting's adjourned at 11:37 p.m. We did it. And congratulations to Rob Field, his first meeting tonight as our city manager. I also want to send a happy birthday wish to our Human Resources Director, Eddie. Happy birthday to you. You're, I think, still here around City Hall somewhere. And happy birthday. That concludes tonight's meeting. We thank you, council members, for all of your comments and our public, and we appreciate you and thank you. Have a good night.
Bye.